Alright, what's up, gang? Hope everyone's doing good on a nice Saturday afternoon, at least here in the States. Don't know where everybody is at, but I hope you're having a good one regardless. We're gonna kick it off in just a few minutes. Oh, and we got Ghost King versus Dirk, so super cool matchup. It's actually been a while since I've seen Ghost King around. So, two of our staples who are here in the tournament today going to be playing for us in the first round. Curious to see how our newest people are going to do, because there's actually a decent number of them. I think there's like 6 new people today who I have never seen play before. Ray Murloc, Shishel. Who else? I don't know if Nighttime is somebody I've just never seen play or how new they are. And the Rat Clan, so presumably they've been around a little bit. Anderland, Nieper, and Gwen. I think New Jersey Rocks I don't think I've seen before, although it's NJ Rocks. I don't know if it's New Jersey Rocks or not. I'm calling them that from now on, though. Oh, yum. Bacon and eggs. That's my food. A very late morning breakfast. We'll give them a little bit of time to do their picks and see what kind of stuff they're going to throw out here. We're on Proving Grounds, which is definitely one of the better maps, period, but also a great beginner map because it's got a nice mix of terrain, and while the map is kind of large, it doesn't overstretch itself. There's some flanking routes on the edge of the map. Very rarely do you see people using it, because it's a little bit far away from the center of the action, which is just here in the inner, like, 2/3 of the map. The outer, like, bands here, where you can see the little cliff faces, very sparsely used. I've seen some people use them for good flanks, but you have to go so deep in your opponent's backline if you want to get a really wide flank off, and there's only one access point through the middle that just takes you right up to the points anyways, so then you're just right back where everybody already is. So maybe this map could add like another little, the map creator could add another little funnel on both sides for forces to kind of like pop through and get some flanks. It'd be a nice little mix-up to the map at least, but it's not needed. It's super fun as is, lots of terrain, variability, and it's a good split pushing map, which means that all 3 objectives are just right across the middle of it, and you've got to be able to juggle your positions between the 3 points. It's not like there's a home objective that you can just kind of sit a couple units on and just ignore for most of the game. Although, even on those home objective maps, you can still see some pretty effective pushes out of people onto their opponents' spots. I'm going to dip out for just a minute while I eat my bacon and eggs, and then I'll be right back in, guys. Stay tuned. As soon as they kick it off, I'll be here. Hell yeah, let's go. Got a round one kicking off here. Ooh, and we've got a good high elf build. A nice solid one with Alarielle. I actually do think she's pretty decent against Korn. Shield of Thorns, really good spell. And Earthblood, obviously. Korn can kind of get messed up and completely thrown off their game just by opponents healing up, to be honest. It's such a ferocious faction that if their opponent's stuff tends to outlast a little bit longer than you're expecting, it can really dampen your momentum as Korn. If you run out of momentum as Korn, it can kind of be a death sentence because there's really not a whole lot that you can do to regain it. You very much are just, you know, dive in and you X's and O's your opponent off the field. You don't have any magic, you don't have any snares, really. You've got a couple of, like, really specialized heroes that have stuff like that. You got Karanak here who can silence magic, and he can snare casters, or lords or heroes, rather. L'Oreal's going to be kind of hard to get any of those off on, though. If she lands and Karanak finds her, he can absolutely just destroy her, because she's only got 30 armor on the Eagle. Very vulnerable. Karanak has pretty decent melee attack. Usually enough to get over Alarielle's 52 melee defense. Once he's out of the trees, he'll also gain some back. You can see he's got 65 at base. He's got 45 melee defense, and he does remove magic attacks. So one of Alarielle's big things is Boon of Isha, which gives ITP and magic attacks. ITP is nice against Korn, although they don't bring too many terror-causing units oftentimes. Most of Korn's really good units are actually just fear-causing. So you're going to avoid the leadership penalties. Any other benefits are really not that important, though, because Karanak is going to just rock up and he'll start removing all of these benefits. Not the ITP, but negating magical weapons is a pretty big deal. It means that you can bring demons pretty safely into a faction like High Elves if you want to. Not that that's necessarily the best idea. Chaos Warriors are a pretty stable unit to be able to throw out. They just rock up to an objective, and they may not win all their fights, even against some armor-piercing units, but White Lions of Trace are not really threatening enough for Chaos Warriors to be too worried about it. In a head-to-head fight, it's actually an engagement that Chaos Warriors of Korn can win on a fairly regular basis, just because there's such an HP disparity. There's another 1,000 on the Chaos Warriors. Plus, you got fairly solid all-around stats, and the White Lions of Trace don't quite have the same edge in the melee attack department that they might against some other Chaos Warrior variants. Because while the Chaos Warriors of Korn have a slightly lower amount of melee defense, they have a ton more melee attack, which means they hit White Lions fairly regularly. And White Lions of Trace melt pretty fast on if they're not getting a lot of support, which is where the Earthbloods are going to really come in handy. To also have Shieldstone of Isha, which is going to be a nice little 10% Phys-Res buff. Lathered Skycutters are in here. Lathered Skycutters are really not a very good unit, to be honest. They're fun. They can definitely provide you a little bit of control as the High Elves in the air, because they can definitely get in on Furies and do some good damage, but when you've got multiple Furies surrounding Skycutters, you can see here, man, look at the damage that they're suffering. And the issue is that both of these Furies, like, if you lost both Furies and still killed the Skycutter, it would still be a slight uptrade in favor of Korn. It would only be about 100 gold, but still decent enough that it would definitely have you, the High Elf player, in a bit of a situation where you're wishing for a better outcome for yourself. Skulltaker's going to get in here, and he's going to start doing some disgusting damage. Skulltaker is such a strong lord. One of the strongest in the entire game. He just gets in with all of his buffs and abilities and just starts going absolutely crazy. He is using his Slayer Sword right now, so he's lowering the melee attack on these poor white lions of Trace. You can see how poorly they're doing right now. He's also got Bloody Onslaught on them. So they were getting a little bit of support here, the white lions, but now they're in a really ugly spot because they're weakened. Bloody Onslaught is still got another 5 seconds to go, and the Chaos Warriors, as you can see, pretty thoroughly overwhelmed them and done a tremendous amount of work against these guys. Fireborn come in and save the Illyrian Reaver Archers from some Furies, which is a great save. Ooh, and Alarielle is going fisticuffs with Skulltaker. Definitely not a great idea. Although, she's staying fairly safe here. Jumps back up in the air, getting away. Karanak, honestly, the best thing you can do is just hide him in the trees for a little bit. The most I would use him for is to chase the Illyrian Reaver Archer Cav right now. But I don't know if I would even go that far. He does not need to be fighting any Silverin Guards or Lotherns. It's really not a good fight for him. He's got fairly low armor. His melee defense really isn't that high, and bonus versus large of 20 on the Silverin Guard with their 29 melee attack. As you can see how quickly they're ripping through Karanak right now. Super inefficient trade for Ghost King. You've got to keep Karanak available to do exactly what he is built for, which is just kill characters. If he's not fighting characters, you're wasting his time. And you're probably down trading pretty horribly in the process. Skulltaker getting run over by the Fireborn, by the way. Trying to sit with his Chaos Warriors, but Fireborn are very good at fighting toe-to-toe with Chaos Warriors because of their amazing stats and armor piercing. They do an excellent job of dragging these guys down. And you can see Skulltaker crumbling out here. Oh man, this is going to be a brutal round one for Ghost King, I think. Dirk is just going so deep in on Korn right now. He did a really good job of defending his Lothern Seaguard. And I think part of the reason why he was so successful with that is because the Lothern Skycutters distracted the Furies up in the air for so long. The Skycutters are pretty beat up, and their value isn't incredible, but it's close to 1,000. And with the two Furies that kind of petered themselves out on that, that's two Lothern Seaguard that could have been shut down by the very aggressive Furies. And Lotherns typically get cut apart by Furies because they have a teeny tiny little health pool of 6,100. Furies have huge weapon strength. Two Furies just collapsing on either end of a Lothern Seaguard can oftentimes just turn into 30 seconds of sheer brutality for the high elf units, and they just completely melt. Minotaur's coming out, but Korn is suffering leadership penalties because Skulltaker just completely crumbled out, which is not normally something that you see. Now, there are a few things that Korn can do to just kind of hang in here. If they continue to drag down the Fireborn, and these Bloodletters can maybe get rid of Lothern Seaguard, and the Chaos Warriors can kind of set up on points, maybe Korn can last long enough to get Skulltaker back out, and he can put in some heavy lifting. Ooh, but the Blades of Hoeth are on the field. And Blades of Hoeth are actually really good against Minos. Minos have awful melee defense. And with the heal support from the Star of Avalorn here that Alarielle's throwing down right now, you can see they're staying tip-top right now. Absolutely no HP lost, hardly. 2 models died, but that's it. Probably on the initial charge from the Minotaurs too, I would guess. Now Korn's in full retreat from the middle, with these elite Swordmasters holding the line, with a unit of Silverin Guard who are also fairly healthy. Silverins are definitely an underrated unit in this matchup, by the way. The big thing about Silverins that people don't give them credit for is the charge reflection, but most importantly, expert charge defense. Any unit charging a Silverin head-on is going to actually suffer damage more than the Silverins would. It can force really wide flanks out of Korn-8 units that they normally don't really want to take. Korn really wants to get in on you and just, like, start punching you in the fucking nose. And if they run out of room to do that, it can be kind of a death sentence for them. Huge routes over here. Ghost King just hard committing and doing his best to try and get some damage in. It's not like his trading is even all that poor, but the Razor's Edge for Korn is just ever present. Like, you are always playing with fire against your opponents, typically. Because you're not quite able to take advantage of factions the same way as others might be able to when they're able to just like pop spells and heal up damage or snare people. Get a really good dive on the Illyrian Reaver archers here, but Chaos Fury is going to get counter dived by the Lothern Sky Cutters rather. Look at all that damage that they're taking, man. Lothern Sky Cutters with some Alariel support looking like a pretty nice unit to have. The magic damage that they get on their melee attacks is pretty massive. You can see it doesn't normally come standard on them. It is available on the shooting, but the shooting is just like the... I don't know. It's a pretty mediocre aspect of the Sky Cutters. It'll usually get them about 700, 800 value. It's getting these rear charges for free that is really helping out the High Elves, because it's tanking leadership by a fair margin. Units do not like getting attacked in the rear. You can see a minus 14 leadership penalty. It's greater than the current Lord Dead penalty that Korn is suffering right now. You see Korn Gore's wavering over here. Nowhere close to getting Fury of the Skull thrown off either. If they break here, definitely going to be a hard GG. Minotaurs are staying in this fight for a little while longer. Forsaken chilling. Same with the Korn Gores. Forsaken applying the flaming attacks is lowering all the healing here, but there's a lot of units getting the Star of Avalorn, so it's not really going to be all that great for Korn regardless, and you get a huge leadership break. The entire remaining Kornate force in the field outside of this Chaos Warrior Marauder just decided to run away, and that is probably going to end with the High Elves just completely running them all down and killing them as they are routing. It used to be, there was a time, many cycles ago, in the... before the Empire. The Pursuit AI was really borked, and units wouldn't even be able to hit routing units, and it was really stupid, and it made it impossible to do damage to things that were running away, which is sad. They fixed it eventually, and now once your units break, if your opponent has something to chase them down, they'll just completely nuke the unit on the retreat path. It gets really rough for Korn when they lose their lords because everything is tied up in frenzy, so you just gotta be super careful about your dives as Korn. This is a very character-heavy opener from Ghost King. You can see the Chaos Warriors all did pretty decently across the board. They don't all pay for themselves, though. You really gotta wait. You gotta get some more units out on the field. You gotta flood the zone before you even think about getting after everything. What I would recommend, get out a Minotaur first, then get the Furies up since you've got Sky Cutters coming out onto the field so fast. Then get your Throwing Axes. The Throwing Axes are actually really important in this matchup because you only have the one Minotaur. You need something to get after the Fireborn with some shooting as well. Also, Throwing Axe is really good against Blades of Hoeth. And with all your Furies out on the field, you can start diving the Lothern Sea Guard. You can face check Illyrian Reaver Archers with your own Skirmish Cav, because Throwing Axe Horsemen for Korn do a ton of damage in melee. They are really high impact units. You've also got the Korn Gores, which would be what I'd get out after that, and then you can do the Bloodletters and the... I would just cut these two Marauders and get another Bloodletter, to be honest. Bloodletters are really good against High Elves, actually. Really good against about every faction. Bloodletters get you tons of value pretty consistently. I mean, 1,094, and that was after Skulltaker died. So, they were fighting without a lot of support, and they still managed to uptrade. I cannot recommend them enough. They clear Silvern Guard, they annihilate White Lions. And Lothern Sea Guard also get folded up by them pretty hard. Blades of Hoeth are a little much for Bloodletters, just in a 1v1, but Bloodletter will actually do a lot better than a Chaos Warrior of Korn will. Because the Bloodletters at least have the AP to get through these guys, and Chaos Warriors don't quite have the stats or armor piercing to really threaten the elite sword masters of the High Elves. Super fun game. Great job. just complimenting our boy Dirk on a battle well fought. Really, really well played and well managed game on his end. Get rid of all these old replays here. Got an awful lot of them, as you can see. I've got some of my old replays that I do kind of want to hang on to. Just in case I get an opportunity to go back through them and kind of review my own gameplay. Do we have any replays that people have posted? Yeah, we've already got a couple more. Okay, cool. Ooh, Counts versus Grand Cathay. Oh, and Dark Elves Norska is going to be really fun. Hold on, let me get rid of this deal. Sweet. Hey, it's good, Jaden. How are you, man? What's up, Levis and Testanon? What's up, Fabrosi? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, everybody. So yeah, great scrap for game one. Let me get the other replays that people have been posting, and I'm gonna finish eating real quick. I got like a couple bites, so BRB. Operation Sparkling Water commences. Okay. Oh, this is a really fun game from a while back. Completely forgot about this one. Soul Grinder against Scaven. Actually, not a bad unit to bring against them. It's on an older version of the game though, so it won't show up right. Maybe I'll do a little showcase for it sometime if I find an opportunity. Do we have all our replays? Boom, there we go. So we're doing Counts versus Cathay. Before we do anything else, it's a really fun matchup, actually. And it's super cool to see somebody on Grand Cathay regularly. I think this is the second, or maybe even the third tournament that Meat has been on Grand Cathay. Really tough faction to helm. I still think they could use a little bit of a rework, but they're going to get new units soon, and that will definitely improve them, if nothing else will. Excuse me. Just because they're getting, at the very least, a combat lord, which, honestly, I feel like they've been lacking. They've got decent ones, but they're very heavily skewed into the hybrid role, and I think they're a little bit better casters than they are fighters. Like, the Shugengan lords, they can get in and scrap a little bit, but they're a little on the low end, and they don't really have great armor piercing is the big problem. Mao Ying and Zhao can be a little overcosted, and their dragon forms are a little restrictive on their magic, so that's usually where they tend to fight a little bit better, is in dragon form, because they get a lot of armor piercing damage that way, but then they can't use all their magic spells, so Bashiva is going to be super fun to see. Curious to see how much it shakes up the meta. And if Grand Cathay ends up being like a top-tier faction, I really wouldn't be too shaken up by it. Just because their aesthetics are so amazing. And they do require a lot of micro skill because of just the nature of them. They're like dwarves, but with good heavy cavalry and a little bit of aerial support. They can go pretty wide, and they can also do some really fun narrow builds, too. Grand Cathay can do some fun SE shenanigans if they really get down to brass tacks about it. Jade Warrior crossbows getting in position. Unshielded, as they should be. There's no return fire they have to worry about. They should just blast these corpse carts into oblivion. Something you gotta be really careful of as a Vampire Counts player. I'm just gonna tell you right off the bat. You cannot have your zombies get blobbed up like this, because people are going to blast them with cheap spells. You see Dragon Breath coming down. It's going to roast a ton of HP off these guys. I mean, they have 12,000, so you think they're in a pretty good spot, but look, it takes 4,000 HP off these zombies. That is 4,000 HP that Cathay no longer has to worry about grinding through. Even though there's not a lot of value being gained from hitting these Dragon Breaths, because of the Jade Amulet, you're getting 2 winds of magic back for every Dragon Breath, so really you're not spending that much. It's a very efficient spell to spam out, even against mega garbage units. And you can see Unholy Lodestone Corpse card getting absolutely lit up. It is just on the edge of the range of these Jade Warrior crossbows. What you do here, see, instead of having the Crypt Ghouls retreat, the Crypt Ghouls against a Longbow Rider, if they get Manfred support, can easily beat a Longbow Rider. The ghouls should be flanking around here through the trees with Manfred following up behind so that he can start dropping zombie summons on this back line. You need to get a couple Fellbats out, and then you can move your main force forward. All these units in the middle advanced up a little too quickly. Now, the White Kings are going to be really hard to remove. Longma Lord is not even going to want to fight them. White Kings are just not worth the smoke for a character that is not, like, hyper-specialized in killing foot characters. White Kings are just so freaking beefy, dude. 4,800 HP, which is miles better than any other foot character. They got 44 melee attack, 48 melee defense. They actually have great leadership and a bunch of armor with a silver shield. Very, very resilient unit. Oh my god, the Blood Knights getting hammered by the grace of Kuai Yin, and that is a beautiful mark of Yin on these guys too. Lowering their missile resistance, block chains, and armor, so normally the Blood Knights would have the full benefit of their shield, they would have Flag of the Bloodkeep. All of that's been completely iced out. And just a couple volleys, Blood Knights dead and gone. Meat is just pummeling poor Neeper right now. Manfred's trying to pull back. Manfred could be dropping some spells here, although he doesn't really have an amazing spell kit for Grand Cathay. This is definitely a matchup where Purple Son of Xerius would be pretty good, because Cathay has to play fairly close together, as you can see with the harmony effects. All these units are getting it. They can't spread out as much as you might want to. And I've seen plenty of games where even good Grand Cathay players have their units so close together. A good Purple Son of Xerius, you just drop it right here. it's either going to rotate into the rest of the halberd unit and completely wipe that unit out, or it rotates down into the Jade Warrior crossbows and probably kills them. There's a little open space here it could move into. Hopefully that wouldn't happen, but I don't really like the gaze of Nagash necessarily. I mean, there's definitely something to be said for bringing it, because you can get some good side shots here. Maybe go after your opponent's Lord with it. But, you know, try and limit your spell kit to exactly what you think would be most effective, and I think you'd be a little bit better set with that. Although you can see Gaze and Nagash actually does a chunk of change there. Oh my goodness. Maybe I should amend my statement. I really don't know, man. I mean, as good as this spell is, it can be a little limited. You really do need to line up the side shots to get, like, truly exceptional damage out of it, but it is fairly cheap. Fellbats are coming in a little late, and now the Longbow Riders can just land free on them and clear them up real quick. And they get the Harmony support while they're here. Extra 6 melee attack and melee defense. Little extra leadership as well, not that it matters. They'd easily clean up the Fellbats regardless. They're just going to be a little bit more bold about it in the process. Cryptghoul's getting up on the number 2 objective, but you can see Cathay has a stranglehold on this point. And the entire Vampire Count's army on the middle is just dead already. Did not have a chance to do much of anything at all. Blood Knights do get around the flank, and even though they were very beat up early, they are getting a decent engagement on the Longbow Riders. Now, they're not going to win that. No shot. Beautiful Skeleton Warrior summon on the Crane Gunner here. Crane Gunner is going to get locked down for a moment. See, a bunch of the models are kind of stuck in there, and the Skeleton Warriors are quick enough to stay apace with these guys. Whereas a zombie summon would not be able to keep up with a retreating Crane Gunner because of how slow zombies are. Skeleton Warriors actually have a decent amount of speed at 31. Quick enough to get right after those guys and keep them locked down. Manfred landing on halberds, not a good idea. Never, ever, ever land your dragons on halberds, especially against Cathay. While Cathay doesn't have a lot of ITP sources, they have fairly good leadership, and they get a lot of leadership bonuses. From Harmony, from... typically, because they're so tightly packed together, they get a lot of additional buffs from flanks being secured, winning combats oftentimes, especially in these, like, intermediate parts of their formation, where they can just pull in some crossbows and then have halberds pinned from the other side. You see how quickly Manfred starts to really get roasted down, and the Terror is just not really going to be very impactful with how healthy everything is in the Grand Cathay army. You need to get units nice and low. You need multiple other sources of units, like getting in and causing fear effects, lowering leadership that way, and just doing damage before you're going to start getting some getting any kind of big terror routes. You can see Cathay is just continuing the grind. The White Kings are hanging in, but Manfred gone is pretty much a death blow for the Vampire Counts. They, very much like in Tabletop, and as you would hope and kind of expect, cannot do anything without their characters. They're deeply, deeply dependent on magic, and that's often one of the times that the Vampire Counts falter at their most is towards the end of games, and the fact that they're already this far behind early on is about as bad of a position as they could possibly end up in. Some Onyx Crowmen, Jade Lancers fighting against the Black Knights, zombies, and one corpse cart out here on the flank. Just tuck it in with the Black Knights at this point so that they can get the benefits of the healing and the Vigor Mortis effect. You've got to find a way to lock down your opponent's shooting before you go in against Cathay. If you just let Cathay shoot, they are going to dominate you because their units just output tons of damage. Like, Crane Gunners have gotten jumped on pretty hard by summons and direwolves and still got 1100 value with only 6 volleys fired in. Some really high value targets to shoot at, yeah, but that's kind of the main focus of this faction. You've got to find a way to work around that particular circumstance. You just cannot allow them to set up in a central position and then try to face check them. The best thing the Counts could have done was to play off both side points. And they could have done that with the fact that they had 2 corpse carts. I mean, you just have a position over here with a corpse cart, you have a position over here with a corpse cart. See your opponent's go into the middle, and just move your whole formation, trying to position it over. It forced Grand Cathay to make a decision. They'd either have to split their force, or they send one formation, or they send their whole formation to one side, and then you can collapse from the other end. You immediately get a free flank off on them. They'd have to, like, thin out their front line towards the one objective that they're facing so that they can just delay you on the other side. And that's when you can get your reinforcements in a little bit easier, and then they can start to fill in some of those gaps in the formation and really start to swarm into the middle of the Cathay army and overwhelm them. 1900 on this crossbow, 900 here, 900 here. Longmas were not doing a whole lot. They're a nice unit to clean up Fellbats, though, so I do like the inclusion. Although, if you're going to have the Righteous Lances in reserve, maybe you just cut the regular Longma Rider and find something else to stick in here. It's not like a super huge requirement to have anything to fight in the air against Counts. They actually are fairly vulnerable with, like, Vargeis and Fellbats when they land, so you can just use Jade Lancers to punish those engagements if you really want to. I'd like to see the Empress Crowmen. Empress's Crowmen are just an amazing ROR flying unit. I think the Crowmen, if you're going to have some flyers that aren't like the ROR Longmas, who are honestly pretty incredible, it should just be the Crowmen, because they're cheap, affordable, and they do a ton of damage against low armor units. Better damage overall than a Longma Rider will in a quick fight. Longmas need a lot of time to uptrade, and Onyx Crowmen just don't need that same input time. That's really the only thing that I feel like needs to be said about Meat's army. Everything else is very finely tuned. And I do like the inclusion of a couple of these RORs. Like, Longmas can really hammer the cavalry that might come in for the undead. Dune Dragons can take on some of those big targets as well, but really, just being able to kill Cryptars and stuff like Cairn Wraiths and Hex Wraiths, who are not a super common thing, but can be a bit of a threat. Really nice inclusion, and the Grace of Quiet is just always good. You saw it here. I mean, they just completely destroyed the Blood Knight in a matter of moments. They got like 3 volleys off and nuked that unit out of existence. And this item, this item affects whatever you put it on. And obviously, since it's a Hex, Crane Gunners can benefit from shooting at those units and do extra damage. The crossbows can shoot and do extra damage against whatever they mark. So there's a lot of utility in this. It's like Ulthar's, it's like Mark of Ulthar, which is an ability very similar that the dwarves have, but it's a much longer range one. And honestly, just because of that, a little bit higher impact, because you don't have to trundle forward with a 28 speed unit and try and desperately throw it down from like 50 meters out. Let's watch some Norska versus Dark Elves. I imagine this has got to be one of the tougher matchups for the Dark Elves. Very, very good faction, obviously. I mean, they're one of the tops in the entire game. Absolutely ferocious skirmish play. Really solid, mega cheap infantry and bleak swords. Good middle tier options with Blackheart Corsairs and Witch Elves, and then you've got these hand bows who are pretty disgusting. They do a ton of damage. Very good even after they use all their ammunition up, and they're awesome at supporting stuff like Scourge Runner pushes. You get a High Beastmaster with Tormentor's Sword and Whiplash, which is just a nice little buff. As you can see, to charge bonus and armor-piercing weapon damage. I think you can self-buff with this thing. He can... Oh, it's if unit is not Lord of Heroes, sorry. So you can use it on some of your other infantry. It's not like the Blackheart Corsairs, or just whatever might actually need a little bit of extra weapon strength. Good on Cold One Riders, or Cold One Knights as well. Wulfric is chilling in the trees. He does not have Sea Fang, which is error number 1. Always bring Sea Fang, especially against elf factions, because if you get a good Sea Fang off against elf type of infantry with their low HP pool, you can actually basically one-shot them. It'll take them down to like absolutely nothing in terms of HP, and then you can just chortle as you just bulldoze over them with like a big monster and tear red everything. Got some Marauder Hunter Javelins, which is a cool inclusion. Definitely a decent unit in this matchup. They're a little slow, but they can definitely keep Scourge Runners honest. Scourge Runners really love running over infantry. They are very good on the charge. Having these Javelins, they're huge bonus versus large values. Means that these Scourges are just never really going to be safe to engage in melee until they're basically all gone. Some Bleak Swords pushing through, skirting the edge of the Bearmen, and most of these guys are going to get into a fight against the Marauder Hunter Javelins here. Marauder Great Weapons moving up. Wulfric could move in, and we've got the Dreadmaw on the field. I wonder where it's going to go. I think it's going to burst out of the ground right here, perhaps. Do have a bit of a retreat coming in from the Bleak Swords, trying to get away, and the Dreadmaw is going to move on. Purple Son of Xeria's coming down and doing some nice damage to a Bleak Sword, but pretty low-cost infantry unit. You see how much damage it does. That's why I was recommending it against Cathay. Doesn't really get a great rotation, though, and it's only hitting a 450 gold unit. Definitely better places that you could be using it. Honestly, if it were me, I would just hang on to it until the Cold One Knights engage, and then pop it on top of the Cold One Knights. Because this does a ton of damage to cavalry also. Dreadmaw is just keeping the Corsair Handbows unengaged on this side of the field. They really should move up and try and help the rest of their front line, because the front line is really falling apart. Marauder Bearmen, you know, Bearmen are fairly expensive, honestly, but they just have so much HP, even if they don't, like, value trade upwards for themselves. There's so many good Norskan units, and they provide so much time for those other units to grind and get all their ammunition off, for example. Like, these Witch Elves getting lit up right now by the Marauder Hunter Javelins. Bearmen should move in and replace, and these Javelins need to pull back so that you can get maximum damage off on the Witch Elves without suffering the worst effects here. Witch Brew needs to be popped on these ladies as well. Jimmy definitely is looking for some better engagements. He's got a slight value lead, but I think it's a little deceptive, to be honest, because he's got so much of his army unengaged off on the side points. Norska is going to be able to grab this number 2 objective, and they've been holding on to the number 3 pretty well. Skinwolves are getting shot to death over here. What I would do is just pull them back into the trees and just let them regenerate, bring up a bunch of Norskan Ice Wolves, and just get them up in the tree line here as well. And the second the Scourge Runners want to come forward, that's when you send the Ice Wolves in, because they're going to get in against the Scourge Runner Chariots and potentially frostbite them into an inability to escape from the Skinwolf charge. Because Skinwolves have 75 speed, they can't outright catch a Scourge Runner. But with the Frostbite lowering their speed by 30%, Scourge Runners can be very vulnerable to those engagements. Cold One Knights over here get in, and it looks like NJ did in fact try to get the Purple Son of Xerius off on these Cold One Knights, but they push right through, and it ends up missing. But we do get a good dive with the Norskan Ice Wolves. They get the Cold One Knights very tied up while they're in terrain, and Norskan Ice Wolves have Striders, so this is a huge leg up in this fight. They have full melee attack and melee defense, while there's a -8 malice here for the Cold One Knights, and that's with their murderous prowess and primal instincts active. It's a 600 unit taking down a 1,050 gold unit. The Norskan Ice Wolves break a little early, though. Cold One Knights have a little bit of HP, and they've got 20 models. They could definitely find a way to get back into some fights and do some decent damage. Dreadmaw is continuing the rampage against some of these Blackheart Corsairs. A little bit of fire coming in for support. Nothing too crazy, though. Black Orc Corsairs don't have a ton of armor-piercing damage on their shooting. They have a decent amount, but these Dreadmaws just have a ton of HP. For how cheap this monster is, 9,800 is pretty disgusting. They're holding just fine there. We've got some Brutes of the Hound in the middle here. Very expensive ROR unit. They are unbreakable. They're very vulnerable to missile fire. And they're getting lit up right now by these Dark Rider repeater crossbows. They're going to try and get in on the Bleak Swords, probably. Finish up this Witch Elf unit. Witch Elves with almost 1,000 value is pretty nice to see. Marauder Bearmen are on their way out, but Skin Wolves getting out to get after the Dark Riders here. Ooh, and look at the Skin Wolf Werekin going pretty deep here. I would definitely pull this guy back, because he is getting lit up a little bit, and Cold One Knights are coming out onto the field now. Very important that you get him away. He's got a lot of room to regenerate. You really want to make full use of that. And Wulfric has not done anything. Wulfric not having Seafang again is a big mistake. Could have cleaned up this middle fight a lot quicker, and then you'd be in a much better spot. So your infantry kind of tired themselves out fighting all the Bleak Swords, and now the Dark Elves are able to bring in more skirmishers, and your units being tired are going to be even less effective as they get dove on by Dark Riders. Are a very cheap unit and very good at just throwing in to the backs of like fairly like beleaguered infantry and just quickly mopping them up. Chimera coming out, a little expensive, honestly. Chimeras are a great unit, but at this stage of the game, it's really not what you're looking for in terms of a reinforcement, because it doesn't get you any movement on the points. It's one singular model. Your opponent's used a lot of his ammo up, but there's almost always going to be some shooting in reserve for the Dark Elves. And the Black Orc Corsair handbows can put some pretty good damage into a Chimera. It's only got 80 armor, which is a decent amount, but not an overwhelming amount to just avoid any non-AP shooting damage. You can see the High Beastmaster gets a really nice shot in against the Chimera. He's got a really powerful missile. It does a ton of damage. You can see it split into the two different shots, but they're both fairly accurate, and when they make contact, you get 80 extra damage for the bonus versus large from each of those missiles. So really, he does about 800 damage with each volley into big stuff. Just because of the way the missile is split, it looks a lot less impactful than it really is. Marauder Horsemen are hiding in the trees, and you got Norskan Ice Wolves going around the far flank. Try and get some kind of engagement here, which wouldn't be too bad. Marauders are about to break, though. Really rough. The Doom and Darkness from the Dark Elves is honestly a really cool inclusion. It's Leadership Malice. It's minus 16 leadership. And Norska is in the middle tier of leadership. It's not exceptional. It's not bad either, though. That's kind of the sweet spot for Doom and Darkness at its peak, because those are factions that really need to stay engaged in prolonged fights, oftentimes. And this can just ruin the opportunity for even, like, main formations to stay engaged. Because you've got a single target version that just hits one thing for 36 seconds. You also got an AoE that you can throw down for 10 WOM. It's basically nothing. And Dark Elves also, you can stack fear from a lot of sources. You can bring some nasty big monsters that cause terror that can send units fleeing as well. Cold One Knights are trying to get the Skin Wolf Werekin. He's surviving pretty nicely, but that Spirit Leech really weakening him. And yeah, the Sorceress is just going to keep running away. Looking really bad for Norska right now. They are evening the value a little bit, but because they have been behind for so long on the objectives, they got to get a triple cap, and they need to do it in the next minute, or they're just going to straight up lose. Even if they cap 1 point within the next minute, they just won't have time to get the other. They need one now and one within the next 30 seconds. Skin Wolves coming up. Lot of Skin Wolves. I do love Skin Wolves. They're a very strong unit, but I think that maybe they've been mismanaged a little bit here. They were not diving in with the Norskan Ice Wolves. Norskan Ice Wolves and Skin Wolves is just one of those, like, unit combos that Makes all the sense in the world, and for how simple it is, just does the work of the Dark Gods in terms of value trading. Norska and Ice Wolves buffer out a lot of damage off the Skin Wolves. The Skin Wolves can regen through whatever damage they do take, and then they can just take advantage of the fact that everything is frostbitten and tear it to pieces, and you can't run away at that point. Like, there's no retreating these Scourge Runners. They're down to 53 speed. Yeah, they're out of ammo, and Jimmy is fine with just letting them get caught here because they've used all their ammunition up, and they're just distracting at this point for objective-based win. But if Norska had brought out their Ice Wolves earlier and supported the Skin Wolves better and been able to catch these Scourge Runners when they actually had ammo, it could have been the kind of engagement that gets the Dark Elves into a hole that you can then kind of snowball off of. Because Norska is one of those factions where they will absolutely just 100% run over you wire to wire if they get a few early engagements that go in their favor. Jimmy did a really good job of keeping the Norskins off of his back early, and now he's got the right units in place to just continue the up trades. Doomfire Warlocks getting in against the Brutes of the Hound. Just going to stuff them off, and that's going to be a very nice objective-based win for the Dark Elves. Now, NJ did a pretty good job of staying in this one. He never really, like, fully got rocked to the point that he didn't have enough of units on the field to still stay competitive. But I do think he missed a few opportunities, like I said, that you just can ill afford to miss out on. I don't think Chimeras are good against the Dark Elves because they've got so many good options against these things. Like, just the fact they have so much shooting makes Chimeras much worse than in other matchups. Truthfully, I think if you want to bring a big monster, crazily enough, I think an Etten would be better because the Ettins are really frustrating to kill because they heal. It's a slow heal. Let's go take a little peeky poo at it. Love me some Cursed Etten play. They've got Betrayers, so they're really fast right out the gates. They get that 20% extra speed. They've got Devastating Flanker and Unyielding Assault. So there's not really a whole lot you can do to, like, debuff these guys early on. They've got 100 leadership, so there's no way these guys are breaking from Doom and Darkness. Even though they're not genuinely unbreakable, at 100 leadership, they're functionally unbreakable. They're very hard to get rid of through normal means. They've got Striders, so they can fight in trees very effectively, which means that on that particular map, actually, they can rock up into the forests on Proving Ground and just duel on their opponent's side of the field, get the Strider, and just rip through everything, because it's going to be very hard to shoot them while they're in the forest. They have 14,000 HP. You compare that to a giant, they have more HP than freaking giants. For 100 gold more, like, show me the balance perspective here. Like, what is the idea? And then they get that heal, like I said, on top of it. When they go below 50% HP, get a little bit of extra weapon strength, and then that 0.1 heal can keep them on the field for a lot longer. They also cause terror, which, you know, the Chimera does too, but I think that Etten would, ironically, on that map in particular, be a much better unit to throw out. They're the same cost, too. Another thing is these Ettins have Vanguard deployment, so they're actually pretty quick getting up to points. Although you could cut the Etten and just go for a couple of Marauder Berserkers, or maybe think about getting... Where are they? Wait, where? Oh, here they are. Kurgan Horseman Great Weapons. They're not great in every matchup, but because you run into a lot of really fast, decently armored units against the Dark Elves, all you need is a Kurgan to get on the flank and get their charge in with Devastating Flanker, and they will 100% uptrade. They do a ridiculous amount of damage with their weapon strength and charge bonus. Prolonged combat stats are pretty weak, but for a fire and forget type of unit, they are really, really effective, and I do really like them. I think they would have been a better call. I think that build just needed to diversify. You had the Skinwolf Werekin that's kind of your guy on the ground to kind of just chase around any Dark Elf characters. You don't need to compound on that with a Chimera. Dark Elves have good leadership. They're not really going to be suffering too terribly from a terror-causing monster in the same way other factions would. It's not a bad unit, I just think there are more optimal ones that you can take advantage of for that particular matchup. So we got some High Elves, Chaos Dwarves, Scaven versus Norska. Scaven versus Norska is a weird matchup. I say weird just because it's very Norska favored, and Skaven cannot do any of the typical stuff that they like to do, and they have to go very heavy into some bizarre, normally unused units if they're going to have any hope of scrapping against Norska. Because Norska just brings out tons of infantry and Burning Head, and then they get their Ice Wolves and Skin Wolves, and they just bulldoze over everything. Alright, let's get these other replays moved over. Delete that one. Duplicates. Boom. What's up, guys? What's up? Welcome, welcome. You're right about Manfred hiding. In that Counts game from a little while ago, I'm sorry I missed the chats. I just get so sucked up into the casting, I just completely forget to check. Honestly. Because this is like the only time I get to play the game, or even to watch matches, is on Saturdays, because I'm so busy with work right now, that I'm just like hyper-focused on it. Yeah, Manfred just needed to stay back against Cathay. You build up your Fellbats, and then you go in and you just zombie summon on whatever isn't being attacked by, like, crappy bat units, and then you just, like, slowly grind through the front line with all your other stuff and build out your Crypt Horrors to beat up on the Jade Warriors. I do still think that, I think Cathay actually just has a straight-up favored matchup against Vampire Counts, though, because every time I watch Counts versus Cathay, Cathay wins. One way or the other, even if they're, like, super gassed at the end. Dragon Breath just destroys all the chaff for Vampire Counts. You just can't bring zombies or skeletons. They just get destroyed by that one spell. Ooh. Did just watch some Norska. We get a lot of Norska players, by the way. Oh, it's just Shishi and Rocks, actually. Okay. That's still a decent number of Norska players. Ooh, okay, 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 okay. 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 Okay, Ghost King. So, Ghost King is going for a very interesting build. Exalted Bloodthirsters you hardly ever see. I mean, these guys really are not bad fighters. The problem with the Exalted Bloodthirster is their cost. They're way too expensive for what they offer. They cost as much as all the other Exalted Demons, but these guys don't have magic. And the other Exalted Demons are all really good in combat as well, so it's like, why is this guy the exact same price while offering way less flexibility? But he can get in. He's got a lot of mass, and against Vampire Counts, mass is very useful because it can help you get away from their cavalry units. You can push out of Crypt Horrors, who are really good at blobbing up some of the other Korn Lords. And you can push through onto Corpse Carts and just, like, ice them out. Deathbringer and the damage from Deathbringer on the Exalted Bloodthirster means he can, like, basically swing his big ol' axe and cleave through these Corpse Carts in about 4 hits. Because you get the buff, right? Takes you up a little bit over 800 weapon strength. And then the corpse carts have regen, so they're weak to fire damage, and this guy does fire damage, so you get 20% more damage, and that's about 1,000 HP with each swing, and by the time he gets down to about 900 HP, these things just crumble out of existence. Like, they're pretty unsalvageable once they get low enough, because they have pretty mediocre leadership. And a lot of buffing to survive when they get low HP. Got a Mortis Engine coming in, which is fun. Very, very, very nice back pocket summon in, because this thing imbues magic damage onto whatever it is around. And it also provides another heal. So those heals stack. The Unholy Lodestone and the Reliquary Binding are heals that will combine together, and it's 0.1 per second at that point. Lot of Exalted Bloodletters here. I love me some Exalted Bloodletters. They're honestly a pretty great unit. Especially when they can just, like, run right in and immediately start murdering stuff to get their Hellblade active. Gives them a nice weapon strength buff that takes them over quite a few breakpoints, in my experience, that make it very doable for them to just go wire to wire in battles even, and murderize just about anything you put in front of them. It's going to be a little tough, though, with the Mortis Engine hanging around. What a goated name, though, for the Exalted Bloodthirster. Glorioso Devorador de Almas. I love it. We've got the zombies and the White Kings fighting against the Marauders. This is something that you never want to do. Never, ever, ever, ever do this. Get these units out of there. And use your Exalted Bloodthirster. The first thing Exalted Bloodthirster needs to do is go after the Mortis Engine. Your opponent's Lord is on the other side of the formation here. You fly over and you start wailing on this Mortis Engine while you can. Because this thing is going to slowly leech the life out of all of your Bloodletters and your Marauders, and you can't afford that. One other thing, this matchup runs on Marauder Throwing Axes for Korn. 3 Marauder Throwing Axes in the starting army is basically a non-negotiable for this matchup for Korn, because they do so much damage to everything that the vampire accounts rely on. And they're very easy to defend because direwolves and fellbats get absolutely deleted by furies and also by the horsemen themselves. Marauder horsemen are very good against infantry. They get a bonus versus them. They've got a ton of weapon strength and a good, nice high charge bonus of around 40-something. They're very capable of pulling down a Mortis Engine with just a couple volleys, because they also do fire damage, they lower healing. There's just no reason not to bring them. It is only hurting your own chances of winning a game if you are not throwing them out on the field in some way. Exalted Bloodthirster's getting a little beat up, but they're hanging in there pretty nicely. Bloodletters on the other side of the field, they're also doing pretty well. Getting piled in on by the Black Knights here, though. Luckily, the Black Knights are too far away to benefit from the Reliquary Binding right now, though. They're just out of range, so no extra damage, and Bloodletters can be pretty good against Cavalry. When the Cavalry stay engaged on them, Bloodletters, with their AP values, can actually chop through the Knights pretty effectively. Exalted Bloodletters hanging in there. More Bloodletters coming in. Just a billion Bloodletters, which honestly, again, as I said, I don't even think is a bad way to go for it. This Exalted Bloodthirster just has to come and help, though. Oh, you just can't let the Mortis Engine do this. It's going to get, like, over 1,000 value in pretty short order here. And that is a disgusting breath attack. That Von Karstein Lord just made an absolute mockery out of those Exalted Bloodletters by nuking them from orbit. Look at them put some damage in on the Cryptars, though. These Cryptars actually suffering in the prolonged fight against the Exalteds, because they do have magic damage, so they do extra work against the Cryptars. They are crumbling, though. They had Relentless Rage going for a moment, but that wears off, and now they're pretty much in the pits. The other Exalted Bloodletters, though, continuing the fight. They're not doing badly. They even have... Excuse me. LOL. Sorry about that. They've got a pretty good engagement here with the Mortis Engine kind of surrounded, and there's Minotaurs and some more Bloodletters engaged on the Cryptars. If this Exalted Bloodthirster could just get over here and help kill the Mortis Engine. Please kill the Mortis Engine. I think Korn could maybe win this game. Now, they're having a little bit of trouble on their back point. They've got a bunch of throwing axes coming out to deal with Crypt Ghouls. So this is a small error in Summon's priority. The Bloodletters went to the middle, and the Marauder Horsemen are coming over here to the number 3. It should be the reverse. Bloodletters come out to get rid of the Crypt Ghouls, because Crypt Ghouls are very vulnerable to Bloodletters, because these guys... They've got, like, good chaff clear potential, and they're normally very good into low armor units like Bloodletters. But the Fizz Res on the Bloodletters, and the fact that the Bloodletters are just a higher leadership unit overall, tends to mean that they outtrade Crypt Ghouls by a fairly safe margin. And you can always bounce your Marauder Horsemen back off of the middle point to go to your home objective, to help out in the extreme circumstance that your Bloodletters lost the fight somehow. Bloodletters are really not able to retreat from here, for one. 2, the throwing axes could be up here and just laying waste to the Crypt Horrors and the Mortis Engine, and they could keep the Von Karstein Lord from finding any engagements. And they can also have the Black Knights and the Blood Knights here, just hopelessly running around after the Marauder Horsemen, because the Marauder Horsemen are faster than both those units. It's kind of hard for the Undead to catch those guys in melee. There's just so much more utility to be offered from knowing when and where you need to send units. And, yeah, this Mortis Engine just continues the grind. It's got 1,400 value. It's basically paid for itself at this point. I think it's actually outright paid for itself, and that is a disgusting breath attack again. Honestly, the Exalted Bloodletters are very fortunate that they didn't get hit even harder by that, because they were pretty blobbed up. Or actually, no, it was them all the way out here that got nuked. Oh no. Poor guy's getting bullied by this dragon character. He's got 2,400 value. And we do get a Sword of Korn coming in, but it's not hitting anything important. It's not great against cavalry. Very mediocre. You're better off dropping it over here where your Lord is surrounded, because this is where all the skeletons and the zombies are. That's really what Sword of Korn is good at killing. I think Ghost King is just a little rusty, to be honest. Like, this is all the hallmarks of a player who is very, very good at the game, but hasn't played in a while, and just needs a little bit of time to more accurately refine what he's trying to execute. Like I said, Korn is a tough faction, and they're very unforgiving. If you blunder with Korn, I mean, you end up looking like a total forehead, because your opponent will just completely overrun you. It's just the way the faction plays. There's really nothing you can do that. You either run over your opponent, or you get run over a lot of the time. It's very rock, paper, scissors in that respect. Got the White King coming back out. Bunch of units routing here. Marauders against Undead can be effective if they get to grind against zombies and the like. Oftentimes just completely avoid Marauders, though, because they are very vulnerable to engagements from White Kings, because Scab's Wraith, it does a ton of damage to these low armor units. They also get terror routed a lot by stuff like Cairn Wraiths, and oftentimes with a lot of HP remaining, it can happen to them. There's just a lot of stuff that they don't want to fight in this matchup, and they're just not good at fighting at all. They're really also kind of bad against Crypt Ghouls as well, which is another reason I try to avoid them. Get some Spawn coming up. I actually think this is one of the better Spawn matchups in the game, because their flaming attacks are nice. The Unbreakable is amazing against the Undead. These things are a disgusting bulwark to sit some high-value units on top of and just let them go to town together on a central objective. They can also kill Mortis Engines. I've seen stuff like mammoths even get caught in a unit of cryptars, or not cryptars, the chaos spawn and get ripped apart. These things are very ferocious. Their speed is what lets them down, but that's why they're solid in this matchup. Because vampire counts have a lot of really slow units, and you just need mass against the counts a lot of the time, because your throwing axes are doing a majority of the heavy lifting against high-value targets. So while Minotaurs are a great unit in this matchup, I do actually low-key think Spawn for a budget build, if you're going pretty heavy into a specific, like, heavy-hitting lord like the Exalted Bloodthirster or Scarbrand, can be, like, a nice, cheaper counterpart to support the rest of your build. There's not a lot of heavy armor on the Vampire Counts roster either. They've got, like, Blood Knights and Black Knights who have 110, but you look at everything else and it's like 20, 0, Graveguard are around 80 or 90, which is pretty solid, but you got Crypt Ghouls that are at 30. And then Crypt Horrors only have 30 armor, and Crypt Horrors lose so hard against Spawn of Korn, it's not even funny. The fire damage and the high weapon strength means that they just massively outpace the Crypt Horrors in terms of raw damage, and they will absolutely get into a 1v1 and outright win against a Crypt Horror in record time because of it. Got Bloodletters coming up. This is a good matchup for Bloodletters, but you can't let Mortis Engines and healing happen, because the Mortis Engine got 2,000 value, and it's been healing this whole time, so really it's probably contributed about 3,000 value. Like 2,000 in damage and probably 1,000 in healing, and the Spawn now getting attacked by Blood Knights is going to be pretty rough, because they're not going to be able to hold up against a Blood Knight. They'll still put some damage out in return. Probably end up with about 500 value, but there's just way too much engaged on them that's good against them. Skeleton Spearmen can rip apart Spawn. You just want to keep Spawn away from stuff like that normally and use them to just run your own Horsemen through and get things stuck on the Chaos Spawn. Now you got Throwing Axes going after the Von Karstein Lord. A little late in the game, though. It's also some tree cover that's hampering their accuracy. You can see Cairn Wraiths and Crypt Ghouls overrunning the number 3 objective here. Corngores, Bloodletters, all scrapping and fighting here. That's going to be a very nice win for the Vampire Counts. Oh, the Exalted Bloodthirster only got 1,200 value. This guy really should be like 2,000 gold, honestly, with no abilities. He's way too expensive as he stands. Needs a big price reduction, in my opinion. Look at the cost on this guy, $29.50. Come over to the Slaanesh Exalted Lord. For 700 more, you get the ability to pick between 2 lores of magic. You get a gazillion abilities. More abilities than the Exalted Bloodthirster, mind you. A lot of these more effective, like you get a Rampage on the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. Ballet of Blows is really strong. Get a heal on this thing. Soul Siphon, which is a Mortis Engine when units are wavering or lower melee attack around. It's got Arcane Conduit. It's got some of the best spells in the entire game. On 2 of the best lores in the entire game. So it's just like, why are we balancing like that? There's no reason the Exalted Bloodthirster should cost 2,900 when it's just markedly inferior to all of the other Exalted Demons. Like, yeah, the Exalted Demons are more expensive at base, but once you pare down to the bare essentials in a lot of these Exalted Demons, they're ending up at around the same price point as this guy with just, like, Deathbringer. You know, they're going to be, like, 400 or 500 gold more, but have probably 2,000 or 3,000 more easy gold trade access just from being able to spellcast. Really, if you want to bring the Exalted, if you want to bring a big demon, you bring Scarbrand, you bring his Rampage, and you bring Wrathful Reaper, and you just go to town. Scarbrand is amazing. He's also got cap weight because he's grounded, because he can't fly. He's actually got cap weight on the battlefield, which is really nice, and I think he's got extra mass. 6,000 on him, and yeah, the Exalted Bloodthirster only has 4,000 mass. Scarbrand has 6,000, which is comparable to even more than Slaughter Brute. Slaughter Brute is really good at pushing through things. It's not a very good monster, unfortunately, but it is good at pushing things around because it's got so much mass to it. Scarbrand having more means that he can just run in and out of whatever fight he damn well pleases and doesn't care what you try to throw in his way, just about. If you want to use him against the vampire counts, definitely throw him in. He's the right call because he does so much damage with Wrathful Reaper. It just chews everything up because it's a 50% buff to his weapon strength, just like Deathbringer is. It's on a shorter cooldown. It does rampage him, but only for 18 seconds, and usually that just means he's hard locked onto whatever he already rampaged with his own rampage ability. And you can just cycle charge in and out every 60 seconds and just delete things. Like Mortis Engines, Corpse Carts, White Kings are pretty vulnerable to him, and any lords that get too close to him, he can rampage to the ground and just wail on them. Bring them low and make them regret their decisions. Got a Lizardmen match up there. Ooh, hold on. Going back to round 1, winding the clock back a little bit, we've got Eltharion the Grim here with a bunch of Oceanids. 3 Oceanids and a Sea Elemental. 2 Illyrian Reaver Archer Cav, which is always a really good call against the Chaos Dally, because they've got their own little bow cavalry guys. And the High Elf counterpart tends to outshoot these little dudes. High Elf Archer Cav has more HP, and they're more accurate, so they tend to thump against these little dudes.
Hark, kinsmen, may the power of Mathlan and Azir strike them down. To battle!
Yeah. We've also got Mistwalker Barrage in our boy Eltharion, which is just a disgusting ability. It does so much damage. Huge AoE. It's good against cavalry, it's good against infantry, and it'll get you 200 or 300 good value every time it goes off, as long as your opponent doesn't perfectly time retreating from Eltharion when this goes off. You're gonna be sitting pretty nice every single time. Deathshriek rockets on the way in, thumping against poor Eltharion, takes a nice chunk of his HP out, about 800, give or take. It's got a huge bonus, as you can see, of 500. Stamina rockets are pretty ferocious. Tharion does not need to be anywhere near the middle of the field right now with these Deathstreak rockets trying to hit him. It actually clips him there. He takes a bunch of extra damage that is completely unnecessary. Galji just needs to get Eltharion back right now. Force the Deathstreak rocket launchers to fire at literally anything else right now. Like, if they use the demo rocket on the Illyrian Reaver archers, they're killing one model at a time. And if they swap over to the little airburst projectile, that's very dodgeable, because it does not track in the same way. You can actually see it here. Because of how high the arc is, the Deathstreak rocket has a massive hang time on it, and it will whiff wildly if you just move out of the way. You know, today I learned you can tell which one is which, because the this is the Deathshriek rocket, or sorry, the demo rocket, the anti-large one, and this other one is the anti-infantry Deathshriek variant. I have a totally different, like, colored trail, actually. And this one's got, like, a little bit more of a hard-burning, like, trail on it. Using different rocket fuels and whatnot, I guess. Thorian does dodge that demo rocket. He just needs to stay back a bit, and High Elves need to build up some. I don't know what you would bring in here. Probably just a bunch of infantry, because you do need to push your opponent off points. Got a bunch of goblin laborers and garbage hiding in the woods. So, like, ship's company, maybe a Silver Guard or two would be a really good call-in right now. Got some good skirmishing coming in from your Illyrian Reaver Archer Cav. As long as they don't get thumped by the airburst rocket, they're going to be sitting real nice for the foreseeable future. I think this might actually be one of the times where going for a real deep dive against your opponent is not a bad call. You need to get after these infernal fire glaives before you can really do that, though. Just bum rush in here with the Sea Elemental and Eltharion and just do everything you can to try and get rid of these fire glaives. Your Oceanids and the Sea Elemental all have Striders, so they're very effective at fighting in trees. You'd be safe in here from the demo rocket shots as well. You kill the pocket of infantry in here, and then you go and try and kill these rockets. Your opponent will summon out some shooting to defend, in which case you probably jump out and go elsewhere, but you still, like, rock their main formation, and can then reinforce your points if you need to, if they try to go and push around your flanks. Sea Elemental really starting to get lit up here. It does have fire resistance and fizz res and missile resistance, so you can see how much of a pounding it's taking, and it's still hanging in. Most units would be dead by now. The fact that it is eating this many shots and still staying on the field is a minor miracle. Two very accurate demo rocket shots, but now Eltharion is going to get in on these guys, and the fire glaives are occupied doing other stuff. So in a few hits here, Eltharion could take down a couple of these rockets if he gets lucky. Gets a few good swings in here. These things have awful melee defenses. Basically a guaranteed chance to hit, especially since he's fresh. Sea Elemental, though, is going to start crumbling. That is devastating. That elemental instability really hurting it. Although it rallies at the last second and then just chunks into the Chaos Warriors here. Look how many models it kills in just one good charge. Very low on value, only 425 so far. Oceanids and all these other units are sitting out in the open field. Definitely not the best place to be. Eltharion did some good damage to both the Deathstreak rockets. He's going to want to focus in and just make sure he kills one at the very least. You got the Bull Centaur renders on the way in. Sea Elemental is going to interfere with one of them. Pops the Writhing Mist on them. It is bound ability. You use it on the enemy and it lowers their leadership and melee defense. Not really all that impactful considering it's a pretty short duration, and also really not the right kind of unit for Sea Elemental to be tangling with in the first place, but it's helping out a little bit. Gave Eltharion some time to route one of the Deathstreak rocket launchers. He's going to try and finish it off here. There's another Bull Centaur rendered great weapon nearby. Needs to be real careful. Fire glaives are very healthy in the trees. The Oceanids did not push in, and I fear that what's going to happen here is Galju has overextended himself, and he's going to be sitting on this point just getting shot to death slowly. Slowly. It's going to take a long time for the Chaos Dowie to finish off the High Elves here, but they're well within range of being able to do so. And the Deathstreak rocket is going to rally here in the trees, actually. And Eltharion eats a bunch of extra damage from the fire glaives. He's way too deep back here, and these things have 1500 value. Eltharion only up to 1100. Sea Elemental died, and now Company of the Calendarian gets thumped and loses 2400 HP from one Deathstreak rocket making contact with them. Bull Centaur renders moving in aggressively to get after the Illyrian Reaver archers. Going to attract the Oceanids and the Ship's Company, but that's going to be a very long wet noodle contest. Bull Centaur renders, honestly, are going to hold up pretty well with their melee defense against the 24 melee attack of the Oceanids. They don't get any bonus versus large stuff either, and Ship's Company are not an anti-large unit. That's why I recommended a Silverin Guard or two, because they're really good against Bull Centaur renders and hold up decently against Cathay Fireborn. Both of those units, very, very common to see from the Chaos Dowie. They love their Bull Centaurs, they love their Cathay Fireborn. Oceanids hanging in here pretty nice. They're grinding down the Chaos Dowie Warriors, but now Fire Glaives are starting to open back up on them. There's another Fire Glaive trotting out onto the field, and the Deathstreak rocket launchers are about to just straight up kill Eltharion. He's down to 600 HP, and he's actually going to rout. Hobgoblin Sneaky gets land a few shots on him and send him packing. War Lions are out on the field. Nice solid unit, can be very effective in this matchup, just attacking Chowie warriors. We got all these Oceanids. So I'm not really a hundo on why you want to tech so heavily into the infantry. Because in my experience, this is a matchup that actually, as a general rule of thumb, revolves around the mobile play and the really heavy anti-large units. Like the Bull Centaur Renders and the Fireborn and whatnot. And the Fireborn are honestly pretty bad in this matchup because they do fire damage, and so many of the Chaos Dowie units have fire resistance. Bull Centaur Renders only at 15%, but it does make a difference in their engagements. And Fireborn getting collapsed on from many different angles here is really not going to work out too great for them. Now the High Elves, though, are doing a good job of attacking multiple objectives. Ooh, and Eltharion did rally. Okay, maybe it's not over. Eltharion just needs to not get hit by any more shooting. Maybe he can get a little bit of a secure hold on the #1 objective here, and they can somehow grind out time on the #2 until they win on points. And the win over here on the #3 objective is a huge part of that. Illyrian Reaver archers, or sorry, Illyrian Reaver melee cav, actually taking down the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders in record time. I mean, just a clean charge on them. In and out, 10-minute adventure. Hogger's Pride are pushing deep in. Where are they going? Are they going after Laborers? They could end up going after the Deathstreak Rockets. They're honestly not bad against them. You can even see over here there's War Lions on this Deathstreak. Now what you want to do is kind of give them move orders so they go past just a little bit, and then they can get a full surround on this thing and kill it in no time at all. Eltharion able to dodge a shot there. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders come up, though, to buffer him back. He's very beat up. He doesn't have a lot of room on his heal cap. I don't know what kind of magic we're looking at for the High Elves. I haven't seen a lot of Soul Quench. I don't think I've seen a Tempest, nor have I seen Apo, as far as I can tell. Except for a couple that Eltharion has been using on himself. Silverhelms coming in. Silverhelms are doing what? That is not what they should be doing. They don't want to attack characters. They should just charge down the Infernal Guard Fireglaves, actually. They do have charge defense against large, but you can get the War Lions from behind to get on them at that point and do some good work. And Fireglaves, they've got AP and they've got okay stats. They don't really do any extra damage to large targets like you'd expect. Like the bonus versus large tooltip here belies the fact that it's only a +5, which is like fine, but their melee attack being as low as it is with them being tired means that the 44 melee defense of the Silverhelms actually holds up really nicely against Fireglaves. The thing about Fireglaves is that they survive melee contact. They do not win in melee contact. They get their value from shooting. If you lock them down in melee, you're actually doing a tremendous job of nullifying one of the biggest advantages of the Chaos Dowie. Which is the quick-firing, high-value, like, mid-range infantry that they offer. These guys look so freaking cool. Getting a Cascading Fire Cloak is really nice. Definitely going to help keep them in this fight for an extended period. Yeah, Ship's Company all over them. War Lions are in here. Illyrian Reavers are attacking. And Astrogoth is able to move over and help his boys out. I do love me some Astrogoth play. One of my favorite characters. Cool Fate of Buna tech with the Demonsmith Sorcerer. Probably used that on the Fireborn. I didn't even realize or clock that this guy was out here with this. I assumed it was like a Reforge Demonsmith, because that is one of the abilities they have. It's a heal for their like war machines. Thought maybe it was in the back pocket for the Death Shrieks. Death Shrieks did pretty well. One of them's dead. This other one, though, has 2,200 value. They cost, what, $13.50? $14.50? I think it depends if you bring Hellbound on them or not. This is the cheaper variant. They have an ability that gives them perfect vigor and something else. I can't remember what it is. Perfect Vigor and the demonic trait, maybe? I think so. I can take a look at it after the battle. Like I said, I haven't been playing enough, so I'm a little bit behind on remembering everything as sharply as I'm used to. I'd love to be able to play more regularly. I think during the summer I'll have a little bit more time to do that. Fireglaze is 2,300 value, and the other over here has 28, which is just vile, man. I mean, what are you going to do as the High Elves when your opponent has that many high-value units out in the field, and they're all up trading? Well, Galju has made a very, 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 very admirable game of this. He's still holding on to the points, and somehow, some way, he could win this game. Chaos Dowie Warriors is taking a long time to get up on this point. You need to get just a wave of Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders to dogpile up onto the #1 objective and start stealing us away, because you only have, like, next to no time. Wow, is Galju going to win this game? His entire army is breaking and running off the field now. You've got some Chaos Dowie Warriors getting up on the #2 here. Locking that down. Are they going to be able to flip the #1, though? This Spearman unit is holding up. The little bit of cap weight that's on this point. It's Hobgoblin Wolf Raider bows and some Goblin Laborers. That's just not enough. And you have 1,900 in the back pocket, man. Like, you're taking too long to get these units out on the field. Definitely a bit of a missed opportunity. Maybe it's... He has had a lot of very beat-up units on the field for an extended period, so it's very possible he's out of summons completely. Oh my god, and it's going to lose him the game. Crazy one. Galju is able to walk away and steal a win from Sven here for sure. Sven outvalued Galju by a country mile, but staying aggressive and scrappy on the points and bringing a lot of really resilient units to the table helped the High Elves out tremendously, and the Warlines were actually a good call because they all got their value back. And the Ship's Company were solid. Come to the Calendarian got no value, which is unfortunate, but what are you going to do about it? The better mobile play from the High Elves ended up carrying this one home for them. Only 900 on one of these Death Shrieks. So the other one with 2,300, though, is fine. I mean, it kind of makes up for the poor performance of the other. And then the Fireglaves are doing the majority of the heavy lifting otherwise. Yeah, the Chowie Warriors just were not able to stand firm on the objectives. I think maybe it was slightly better objective play from Sven. He's easily able to win that one, because he did lose on a triple cap a couple of times while he was up big in value. Just lacking presence on those points can really hurt you, man. Were you out of summons at the end of that game, Sven? Can you just please tell me? You didn't play so badly, Galju. You made a few mistakes, and you got sucked into kind of compounding onto them. That doesn't necessarily mean you played badly. You brought a really nice build, and I think you just need to keep some of the things that I mentioned in mind for next time you're going up against the Chowie, and you'll do much better. I mean, that build would work really, really well against them if you position it appropriately, which is just keeping it out of the line of fire, keeping Eltharion out of the line of fire early from the Death Shrieks, and then building up some infantry before your main engagement. But you did a great job of locking down the points. Like, that is a very difficult thing to manage, is objective play, and you did it so well that game that you were able to walk away despite your poor value trades. Oh man, we do have Quick Head Taker. That's kind of hard to pass up. Ooh, and a Lawasu Lord. Okay, hold on. We haven't watched any Scaven yet. Haven't seen Brandon play. So let's see what Brandonator is able to do. He's bringing in our boy Queek. Squeaky ass chair, man. Oh my goodness. Please stop. Okay. There we go. He's got Queek. He's got double Poison Wind Mortar, which is a very rare weapon team to see. Unless things have changed recently, this is a very off-meta Scaven build. Usually you just go for lots of Giselles and such into the Chowie, because Giselles just absolutely own all of their armored infantry and keep back their big flyers, and can even get in range to do good damage to Death Shrieks. Death Shrieks have 240 range. Giselles have 275. Giselles are quick enough to actually be able to dodge the Death Shriek rockets, the anti-infantry variant.
Keep it from the foe.
The second that shot arcs up in the air, you just immediately move back, or just to the side, or wherever. And you can get out of the damage and just close the ground slowly but surely onto these guys. Poison Wind Mortars, though, they're going to be able to do some really nice damage against the Wolf Raiders, the Granite Guard, the Goblin Laborers. The shots are very inaccurate, but that's kind of to their benefit, because it spreads the damage over time effect on the Poison Wind Mortars all over the entire, like, formation that they're shooting into a lot of the time. You've also got a Plagueclaw Catapult. I do really love these things. Very long-range artillery. They contaminate leadership, which means it's a -10. On top of the -10 that artillery automatically does, you'll see it here. You can see it already being applied. -10 on damage by artillery and contaminate against a low leadership faction like the Chaos Dowie. Really, really smart inclusion. Rat Ogres are looking to go run down some Goblin Laborers, it looks like. Oh, and Queek is getting shot by the artillery right now. He's got his Warp Shard. Oh, it's a fully decked out Queek, too. No way, man. Holy heck. No caster for Brandon. Let's see if he brings one out. He really does need one. Scaven love their magic. Scaven magic is really solid. Eshin magic is pretty good in a few matchups. They've got Lore of Ruin. The Lore of Ruin for the Scaven is filthy strong. It's got so many good options in there. Like, even some of the bad spells in that lore would be good for other lores of magic, like Crack's Call. But Warp Lightning, Howling Warp Gale, both really good in this matchup. They just punish so many different things. Warp Lightning you can use on positions of Fire Glaives. Howling Warp Gale can completely immobilize your opponent's caster in the air, and then you can shoot him to death. There's also Flensing Ruin, which is really good, because there are times that Chaos Dowie want to throw out some pretty expensive single entities. And Flensing Ruin, if you hit both Death Shriek rocket launchers with the AoE Flensing Ruin, you can kill both of them with just a couple casts. Good positioning on the Death Shrieks, though, from Sven. He's very good at not keeping them, like, right next to one another. I see people make that mistake a lot with the Chowie artillery on occasion. Right here, though, they've managed to avoid it. Oh, and Brandon is making a big mistake. This whole flank is just wide open. So you gotta be really careful about where you're positioning your units as a Skaven. And you need to bring your stuff in a little bit quicker than this. Like, he saved up a decent amount of supplies, which isn't a bad thing. But he did it at the expense of protecting his juicy little artillery core. And now 2 Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are just getting into the cookie jar for free. And they're going to kill these Warplock Giselles. They're getting their little buff from Cowardly Despoilers. Losing the armor and the melee defense, it doesn't even matter. Honestly, I'm surprised they're disengaging. Sven, that was a time to just stay engaged. Like, Queek is not going to kill these guys quickly enough. You stay in there, and the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders will just have completely killed both those units. So they do a ton of damage when they get Cowardly Despoilers active. It is very strong. It's 25% more base weapon damage. And while weapon teams are decently armored, that extra 5 base melee attack, only about, what, 50% of that is being buffered out right now? So on these low model count weapon teams, that extra 4 damage per attack onto each model from each Hobgoblin Wolf Raider stacks up like crazy, and look how quickly they kill that Poison Wind Mortar. Oh, the Warplock Giselles are routing too, and the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are just circling for the kill. Not going to find it. Queek gets hammered by the Demo Rocket, which isn't doing as much damage as it could be, but slowly whittling our boy down here. And the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are going for the Poison Wind Mortars once more. This time, though, there is a Mutant Rat Ogre. The Mutant Rat Ogre will probably terror out them pretty quickly here. As soon as the charging leadership buff wears off, I don't imagine them sticking around too long. So, yeah, Poison Wind Mortar team compromised again by the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders on the flank. A little bit of damage from the Poison Wind Mortar that's still alive. It's trying its best over here. It's getting a little low on ammo, though, and its value is not that crazy currently. It's about halfway to paying for itself. The thing about the Poison Wind Mortars is if you don't have expensive targets to shoot at, or decent mid-range targets that are all fairly close together, you're missing out on any kind of opportunity for these things to uptrade for you, because they're very limited on ammo. They've only got 14 volleys, and they do actually fire pretty quickly. A lot of like mortar type units fire every like 20 seconds or so. These guys every 14 is a huge buff and step up over the normal reload time. Yeah, you can see how ferocious that damage over time is. See how long it lasts, too, and it refreshes with each shot that hits. So with all 10 of these guys, or all 12 of these guys, rather, hit, like, a few units. Like, if there's 4 units that get hit by the damage over time, the amount of additional damage that it's doing is very hard to accurately calculate, because it's not very accurately reflected in the gold damage values. I would even go so far as to say that Brandon's probably a little bit closer than it shows up top here. This is almost always lying. Never ever trust it. Ooh, Demo Rockets getting some real, or Deathstreak Rockets getting some really good contact here with the Poison Wind Mortars. Another Poison Wind Mortar team came out a little earlier. It's just kind of hanging back, though. And look at the pressure from the Hobgoblin Sneaky Gets going deep on the number 1. And poking down one of the Scaven Slaves and now engaged on the Wolf Rats. Sneaky Gets do have a decent bonus versus infantry of 7. They could probably grind down this Wolf Rat and keep the Clan Rats occupied long enough to collapse onto the rear here and maybe even break that position open. Good hold in the number 3. Sven is doing a better job of playing the objectives. He still is having a hard time capping points. It's because he just doesn't have really any high-quality infantry. He's finally bringing out some Chowie warriors. This is one of the harder things to do with the Chowie is play points, because you either go pretty heavy into your infantry and you footwalk forward, or you go deep into artillery and you're trying to value trade your opponent completely off the field before you really move up. Beautiful, beautiful Flamestorm there. Absolutely ferocious damage. It's just on Scaven Slaves, but honestly worth it. Because now the Hashed's Dark Ravagers can just rampage through the remaining 2, and you can just have your Goblin Laborers sit here and cap the point. And then work from there. You got some Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders coming out. 1357 value on that one over there. This one just about paying for itself, the 550. And how are our bow variants doing? Yeah, they about paid for themselves also. Yeah, 569 value is pretty good. The Rat Ogre push on this number 3 objective never really worked out. I'm not 100% sure what happened. I'm pretty sure there's a Bull Centaur render that's out on, oh my god, in the trees, just completely unattended. 2,500 value on them too, oh my god. Kind of crazy. They need to get into the fight. I've been wondering where the money was for Sven. I was like, it seems a little low considering the kind of success he's had. There's got to be some units around that he's not seeing. Press spacebar, man. You press spacebar and you get the little extra tooltip hovering above the unit icon, that can be a little bit easier to see. It's very easy to lose track of things in forests, especially when you don't have, like, just tons and tons of games freshly played. So you're, like, super sharp on the micro at every single turn and opportunity. Pressing spacebar is your best friend because it gives you more of an opportunity to sight these guys. Like, you see their outline in red in the trees, you get the extra tooltip. Sun finally notices them and moves them out. They'll be very good for a late dive here against the poison mortars. And Brandon just spent a bunch of gold on this plate claw catapults, and now he doesn't have anything to really defend against this. So it's the opportunity to, like, pull the trigger. Like, you see your opponent bring out something fairly expensive, you can be fairly well assured that you've got a bit of time before they're able to get some counters out. You can maybe get lucky and shut down his shooting in the back line there. Good hold on the back point for the Scaven, but they did lose the middle, and it's going to be very hard to retake the middle because there is a lot of good stuff here for the Chowie. They've got some warriors up on the point finally. Not a lot of shooting to take down those warriors either. You can see the poison and mortars are busy shooting at one of the few things they're very bad against. They're not good against monstrous infantry. I guess bull centaurs are technically monstrous cav. Poison and mortars should be shooting over here at the Chowie warriors because you can get some collateral against the hobgoblin wolf raiders there. Just anything to help yourself out. Bull Centaur Renders get a pretty nice Cascading Fire Cloak, and the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire has been very disruptive. This is exactly how you want to use a Lammasu, character. Just flies around, gets in weapon teams' faces, lands on them, terror routs them, does damage to them, because it does have pretty decent output in terms of damage. With, like, relatively decent AP values. I mean, 180 out of 450 is not as bad as the AP split on a lot of non-AP monsters. A lot of non-AP monsters have an even lower proportion of armor-piercing damage. Using his little pistol, and we're going to get a nice little flamestorm here. Might be able to kill the Plague Claw Catapult crew. We'll see. Flamestorm just is a very disruptive spell. Even the base version. 27 seconds of a 17 damage, 35% armor piercing vortex is low-key pretty goated. If you overcast it for the 20 WOM, you get 54 second duration on it, which is honestly kind of insane because I had a game. It was back in Warhammer 2, so it was a while ago, but I popped the overcasted version of Flamestorm in the middle of my opponent's army. He had to split his entire formation open, and it just allowed me as Norska to get, like, the cleanest breakthrough into the middle of all of his juicy army imaginable. It is really good for popping open formations because of how long it lasts. It also moves around a lot, as you can see. Like, it's a very, very, very effective spell that the only reason you don't see more of is because Burning Head is there, and Burning Head is a little more consistent in terms of damage. Wolf Rats are running away from the Bull Centaurs. Hatchet Stark Ravagers have just been bonking a bunch of garbage for the most part, but they've still got okay value. Bull Centaur Renders with the great weapons over here at 2,900 value now. You can kind of fast forward through this one. Brandon did not bring a caster out. Again, everybody who plays multiplayer will tell you, magic is always a must if you can bring it. It is just such a huge X factor for all of the factions that have access to it. It's one of the reasons that while Korn is a very nice mid-tier faction, they will never ever be top tier. And it's one of the reasons why Chaos Tower are at the top of the lists right now, and always will be, because they have some pretty good lores of magic, backed up by some really nice shooting. And, God, who are the Dark Elves? Dark Elves are always going to be tops, because they've got some of the best lores of magic in the entire game. They got a lot to choose from. And who else? Slanesh. Slanesh doesn't have a lot of different lores of magic, but they've got their own lore, which is really strong, has some really effective spells in it. And then also Shadow Magic. Shadow Magic is probably just still, and always has been, the best lore in the entire game. Even after the Pit of Shades nerf many moons ago. Melkos is just super effective, and the passive for Shadow Magic got much better. Gives like a huge mobility buff to all of your units. 10% speed, turn speed, charge speed, like all the really nice stuff that you'd really want for a heavily mobile faction. Chowry secure the #1. They just, I mean, that Lamasu literally flew over here and immediately started routing everything on this point. Just by being available and scaring the living daylights out of everything. There's a few units being forgotten about, but Sven has this in the bag. I mean, Brandon is completely tabled at this point, just about. He's like all the way back here, defending his spawn point, and struggling to do so, and that's with Sven not even all-inning here. I mean, if Sven just like moved all his units forward, he'd literally just be able to spawn camp the Scaven here.
You have been bested.
Very nicely played. Yeah, get some Ruins magic as the Scaven here. Just get like a mega cheap Warlock Engineer, and throw him out onto the field to use Warp Lightning on cooldown. Warp Lightning and Howling Warp Gale, because Howling Warp Gale would have completely shut down the Sorcerer Prophet on his Lamasu. I mean, it'd just immediately get netted by Warp Gale and then shot to bits by whatever Brandon could bring forward, like the Jezzails, or really, is that all he's got for anti-air? He brought the Wheels of Doom, which didn't come in. So a Mutant Rat Ogre and a Brood Horror. I think, honestly, Brandon was expecting trains. I think he thought Iron Demons were going to come out onto the field. Because he's got these Poison Wind Mortars who use all their ammo up quickly. He's got early Rat Ogres to like blob up on the trains and just keep them off of his mortars for a bit. And then I think he was expecting maybe some more Chowie Warriors than what he ended up running into. And this build from Sven really was just very cleanly put together to counter what the Scaven had. He didn't bring too many infantry in the starting army and got around the Poison Wind Mortars. He did a good job of microing his cav around. Nullified a lot of the damage from the Poison Wind Mortars just by avoiding the shots. Death Shrieks were just bombarding whatever they could and got decent value. Did a good job of diving with the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders especially. 2100 on one of these guys. The other with 1100 and 763. A few summons on them, but they were solid. Bull Centaur Render here with 3000 value, doubling up on their gold cost, just about. And Hashid Stark Ravagers, they were very healthy at the end. They didn't pay for themselves, but they were fighting mostly garbage, so they had a really hard time finding any opportunity to be able to do so. They would have been able to by the end of the game if they had more time to actually fight. Oh, baby, Dark Elves. Dark Elves versus some Vampire Counts. We got Nighttime versus Jimmy here. Huge Black Ark Corsair Handbow Core. Ooh, we got standard Corpse cards with just Vigor Mortis. I guess, hoping that our boy Heinrich Kemmler here is going to be able to utilize his Chaos Tomb Blade for a bunch of heals. We'll see how that plays out. I mean, honestly, if Malekith here is on his dragon with Soul Stealer, he is going to be able to snipe Heinrich Kemmler so easily and so quickly. Vampire Counts are going to have to play very carefully here, because your head will be spinning at how quickly he can get rid of old Heinrich. He just needs a few hits, even without the additional Soul Stealer damage. It wouldn't take too long. Oh, and Heinrich did not bring his cloak. He's got a cloak, Cloak of Mist and Shadows, I believe is what it's called. That gives him 75% Fizz Res, which would be really good against Malekith, because Mali does not have magic damage. So the 75% resilience can save you from a Soul Stealer and a dive from our boy. Chaos Tomb Blade can like keep you healed up in the interim. Without it, it's gonna be rough. I'm so scared for the Counts build here. It's not bad. It's the problem with Counts is that they just do the same thing pretty much every game. They don't have a lot of build variety. They've got a pretty limited roster. And, I mean, until they release a Gash, we're probably not going to really see any new undead units. Even despite all of that, for having not been updated since frickin' what? When was the last time Vampire Counts got an update? Like 6 freaking years ago? How long has it been, guys? Can somebody tell me in chat, please? If anybody happens to know off the top of their head, I would love to hear it. Because I know it has been ages. Despite how long it's been, they still hang really tough. They're the top faction right now, actually. Last time I checked, Vampire Counts had the best win rate, and it's because they just have so much healing. Like Invocation of Nahak, tons of passive stuff like Chaos Tombblade and Unholy Lodestone Corpse cards. They've got regeneration on a bunch of stuff, especially their Cryptars. Cryptars with regen, one of the best monstrous infantry units in the entire game, just because they stay out on the field so long with how much HP they regenerate. And they regenerate quickly because of their huge HP pool. Like, it's 9 health per second. Which stacks up really quickly. Oh, that's a huge whiff on Wind of Death, man. That is very hopeful. Jimmy with a beautiful dodge right there. I mean, perfectly timed to get out of the way. Excuse me. Repeater handbows just continuing their pressure. Shooting zombies, you might think is kind of a waste of time. In some respects it is, but you gotta get rid of the HP on these things. You just don't want to be fighting zombies for too long. Because then your opponent just builds up all their Cryptars and pushes out behind them. And then when your units are tired from fighting all the zombies, your opponent pushes in with the fresh skeletons and Cryptars, and then they stay fresh with Vigor Mortis and just out-trade you. Just by sheer attrition and holding power. White Kings look to have gotten double Scab Scrape off on the Blackheart Corsair handbows, and yeah, they have 80 armor, but, you know, 80 armor does not get rid of all base weapon damage, so they still take a little chunk out of themselves here. At 4,900, you get another one off on them, and they're going to be pretty low on HP, and you can get like a Fellbat, or even better, a Vargeist on top of these guys and kill them pretty quickly. So we've got Coldwind Knights and Handbows shooting down the Cryptars. We'll see how this goes. There's still Graveguard in this build. There's a lot of Graveguard. The Graveguard are going to be pretty painful and annoying to deal with. Shooting the Corpse Carts is a pretty good idea. Malekith is killing a Corpse Cart over here. He gets a beautiful Gaze of Malice over there. It's a good ability. It does a lot of damage to Chaff. It took half the HP out of the Skeleton Spear just about. More Cryptars trundling in. More Corsair Handbow fire coming in. White Kings pushing through. They get past the line of Greatswords, one of them does. He's going to start taking out models on the Blackheart Corsair Handbows. Doomfire Warlocks on the way in. One Cryptar is going down, but the Graveguard pushing deep here. They're going to be able to hold up really nicely against all of the Handbow fire. They're probably going to waste the remainder of those shots. And the thing about Graveguard, not just the durability with the 90 armor and silver shield, but damage output, they got a lot of weapon strength, actually. Like, 40 is really good for a sword and board infantry unit. It's their melee attack that's pretty low, but their bonus of 8 does typically get them up to a point where, even against units that are fairly well statted, like Bleak Swords and whatnot, they can hold the line and give as good as they get with no real problem, especially with all the stacking heals that they have access to. What in the hell is this? What's going on here? Oh, the Doom Bolt! Oh, of course, when the Doomfire Warlock's going down on Heinrich Kemmler, I was like, just completely blanking on the fact that they have that. It's not a very strong Doom Bolt, but damage is damage, and it took a little bit out of old Kemmler there. And the Bleak Swords are actually smacking Kemmler around a little bit. He's losing more HP than he's gaining fighting Bleak Swords, of all things. Oh god, and Malekith and his Soul Stealer finally found Heinrich Kemmler, and you look at him melting, oh my god. Immediately goes from like 4,000 HP down to 2,100, and he's trying to run away, but look at the Corsair Handbow pursuit. They get right up in his grill, and they actually dogpile into him and lock him down, and now Malekith and his big old Dargon. Ooh, misses an attack though. Oh, is Kemmler gonna squeak out of here somehow? Doesn't look like it. He's very stuck right now. Knocking his own guys over, but doesn't care. Kemmler is crumbling. You can see the little whiffs of dust coming off of him. Telltale indicator that an undead unit is crumbling. And down he goes. Oh my god, that's brutal. Now the White Kings are pretty vulnerable. They did manage to grind through one of the Black Corsair Handbows, but that's honestly a really nice distraction for those guys. Because look at them look at the Dark Elves cleaning up the remainder of this Vampire Counts build. They're not so far ahead, but there's also not any passive healing remaining. All the corpse carts are dead. Undead units are getting tired. Graveguard are all going down. Blood Knights are completely caught out here with multiple Cold One Knights all over them. No freaking way these guys are putting in any heavy lifting here. They're just too vulnerable to the AP damage from the Cold One Knights. The Dark Elves are going to win a very dominant win here. Absolutely no doubt about that. The Graveguard are the last thing holding on here, and they're all very beat up. I kind of want to see Malekith murderize the White Kings, too. That would be pretty funny. Come on, Malekith. Do something. Do so. Ooh, good gaze of Malice on the Fellbats. And yeah, he's going to engage the White Kings now. Going after the weakened one first, it looks like. Come on, hit him. Misses his attack. Very good job, big boy. He is very tired, so he's losing a lot of melee attack here. Still a respectable fighter, though, with 45 melee attack regardless. He's got a big charge bonus on the dragon. It's down to 38 right now, but that's usually more than enough on a dragon to get them over the threshold to utilize their big weapon strength effectively. They just need one or two blows, and then they cycle charge out and come back in and just bully people. Good heal. Malekith doesn't really need the HP. Gets him up to full. It's really there just to do damage to the White Kings. That's one of the reasons why Soul Stealer is so good, is because it does damage to literally everything in the radius. It's like Flock of Doom, where it has no cap on how many units it can hit. Even if it weren't hitting both White Kings, if it were hitting just like a big blob of like Cryptars and a whole bunch of other stuff, it'd still get Malekith a decent amount of value and give him the HP back. One White King goes down, the other one is doing its best, even with the fact that the Undead are losing this matchup pretty horribly. White King here still got 800 value. I mean, that's about how much he costs with Scab Scrates, so pretty great stuff for him. I mean, they're just the most reliable foot characters in the entire game. Like, Korn Cultists, man. Korn Cultists are one of the best foot characters, and even they, against White Kings, look like absolute baby back bitches in comparison. They just don't have anything on these guys. White Kings have so much utility, just from their good stats down to the fact that they have a really nice disruptive breath attack item. Cold One Knight stuffing some units back. Let's just fast forward through this one. Nighttime is going night-night, so he's gonna either tap out here in a minute or hang on until he's just completely out of this one. Little surprised that Jimmy hasn't gone for a triple cap, but you don't really have to. There's no reason to ever overextend for a triple, hardly. Unless your opponent was holding caps really hard early on and you need the triple cap, it's best to just sit on 2 and just win that way. It's always the safest option. You know, safe can be boring sometimes, but if you really want to get sweaty and win games, that's the best way to do it, is go for measured aggression, where you're forcing your opponent into overextension. So you can see You know, the Dark Elves here at the end are pushing past, but look where all the majority of the carnage is. It's in the Dark Elf side of the field, and that's a lot of dead vampire count units, like scattered all around the battlefield, really close into the Dark Elf summon points. You want to try and limit the amount of time you spend on your opponent's side of the field as vampire counts. You really don't want to push too aggressively onto their side of the field, because your units need to be a little bit more tightly packed to get the benefit of all the passive healing and buffs that you're needing access to really value trade effectively. If you can keep your lines compact and force your opponent forward, and then kind of push around the edges and surround and overwhelm them that way, that's how you really want to go about taking your opponent down. Graveguard were okay. It's just the fact that Kemmler got so hard countered by Malekith. You know, a lot of people just bring like a really basic Firecaster against Undead, and I think that's probably what Nighttime was expecting. And he thought that once all the magic was going to run out, that Kemmler could just sit there with Chaos Tombblade and just keep like a big armored Graveguard blob alive for the remainder of the time to just choke out the points. But Malekith sniping Heinrich, as I expected, just clinched the game immediately for the Dark Elves. Without the passive heals from Chaos Tombblade, Blood Knights just got overwhelmed by Cold Ones. Doomfire Warlocks came in and did pretty good. Crows of Cain also got some okay value. Dark Riders are just here for mass. They're just there to keep Dire Pack and Fellbats off your units. Stop Cryptars if they try to dive deep, or just to distract Blood Knights as well. Although that's a really bad use of Dark Rider, because they just get completely folded by Blood Knights. But in a pinch, if you absolutely need to bail out like a Dark Rider repeater crossbow by sacrificing a unit, that's like the unit you want to use, right? Great game so far today, guys. We got a lot more too. I'm gonna go and look for some later round stuff. Should be in round 3, or actually in round 4 now. Round 4 is finishing up. We're gonna grab some round 3 games and we'll get into those. Ooh, Lizardmen versus Chaos Dowie. And we haven't seen Bot play, so we're going to watch Sven and Bot play. We've watched every one of Sven's games so far. All of them have been pretty good. He had the one rough loss, but he's played very cleanly otherwise. Although somebody is really in here in the Discord talking up one of their games, so I think we might actually do that one. Then we'll move around to get that game between Sven and Bot. I just really want to prioritize seeing that one. Because like I said, we haven't seen our boy Bot play yet today. Rats versus rats? No freaking way, dude. We'll come around to this one. It's going to be a good one. Oh, they both, okay, that's duplicates. The same game. Beastmen versus Korn. Ooh, we see, Scarbrand. Ooh, and the Hellforged Host. Ooh, and Blood Crushers. You know, Ghost King has been bringing really fun builds, and I gotta give him mad kudos for that. Actually don't even know if it's going to be a bad build against the Beastmen here, but we'll get around to it eventually. So there's Bot. Where's the game? This is the one that we're going to get to. Very curious to see how Lizardmen stack up against Chaos Dowie. Korn, Scaven, Dark Elves, Norska. Alright, we'll see about it. This is the game that was being talked up, so pussy you for 1312. Amazing name, by the way. Very, very, high quality internet content. Double Great Weapon Mino, 4 Piggies, 4 Razor Goreherd right out the freaking gate. Triple Goreherd and a Slon Gore. Yeah, I mean, the Bloodletters are going to be pretty vulnerable to the cycle charging. Well, we do have Scarbrand here, and Scarbrand is going to be able to put down some serious pressure with the Erasian-bodied. If he can Rampage Kazarak into himself, he can just kill Kazarak in a few swings. Kazarak gets absolutely owned by Scarbrand. Although, he's got Slaughter and Carnage, not Wrathful Reaper, which I think is a huge mistake. Slaughter and Carnage maxes out at 300 kills, which is way too many. It is a good item, but there's no way you're ever getting 300 kills with Scarbrand. Basically impossible. You have to, like, babysit him the entire game to get his weird trample animations, and that's kind of hard to trigger as is. What I'd really... Yeah, some Korn Gores. I was just about to say, I'd love to see some Korn Gores against this build. Because Korn Gores can stay away from the Goreherd by just kind of, like, kiting away from them, and you can bring Bloodletters in to peel that fight. And the Razor Goreherd just can't engage Korn Gores at all, because they get rampaged onto the Korn Gores pretty much instantly, and then they just die and bleed a ton of value against your opponent. Scarbrand's chilling. Oh, and we got a Cygor coming up. What the heck? Cygor's gonna throw a boulder at Scarbrand, too. Okay. I mean, he's gonna miss. There's no way he hits Scarbrand. Although it looks like he got directed to shoot the Hellforged Host. His first boulder lands literally right in front of these guys. Love the fact that it leaves a little bit of, like, deformed terrain. Although it doesn't leave, like, a hole or anything, but it does, like, you know, change the color of the grass. It's, like, very minor terrain deformation. It's what I'm looking forward to in Total War 40k the most. I cannot wait to see what they can do with, like, destructibility in this game series. I think it's something that has been lacking for a long time for a variety of reasons. I mean, this is already a pretty intensive game to run. You know, you start tacking on, like, full destructibility onto maps and stuff, and you're gonna be, like, a RAM and CPU hog like nobody's business, but I think it's about time to see a little bit of movement on that front. I think it'd be a really nice addition that would give a lot of character to the game. Hellforged Host needs to find a fight. They are very expensive. Honestly, they should just bum rush the Cygor. Hellforged Hosts are good enough in all fights to just actually be able to kill something like a Cygor if they were engaged on it. Nice Fate of Buna, and you get a beautiful boulder coming in from the flank from the Cygor. You can see the Brace Shaman is on the Tuskor Chariot. So, honestly, has pretty good mass, but immediately gets stuck in Bloodletters. And Bloodletters are going to rip through the 24 melee defense and 80 armor on this Chariot. Hellforged Host getting bullied, just horribly, horribly bullied. But Bloodletters are on top of Minotaurs and chasing them down. Some Fury. Oh my god, Fury's from the other end. Oh, come on! Just get Scarbrand back a little bit. This is another Fury would be really good right now. And you can loop Scarbrand around to Rampage Kazarak at this point, actually. Although going for the caster isn't a bad option. You see Scarbrand with his charge animation is really fast. He's very quickly able to close ground and get after him. And look at the Korngore and Bloodletter Swarm. They tore these Slongores and Goreherd apart. This is one of the reasons why I love Bloodletters so much. They don't care about your dual weapon infantry. They are out here saying your little dual weapons are nothing compared to our demonic greatswords, baby. You got absolutely no smoke compared to us. You don't want the heat. We're gonna take your ass to Demon Court, and you're gonna be giving us a big ol' meaty legal payout. Scarbrand is basically on the run right now. He's just trying to get away from Minotaurs and Razor Gourd right now. Just keep Scarbrand alive and you're basically in a pretty good position to win this game. Now, it's going to be a little tough. There's a Chimera coming up, and the Cygor has been getting some pretty good damage off, honestly. It's gotten about 600 value. Hellforged Host has only gotten 246. Not doing good at all. In fact, Bussy Yiffer has a value lead right now. Has done some pretty good damage to most of the infantry. Chimera Breath Attack does some work against the Bloodletters. Gotta stay on your micro. Bloodletters do a lot of damage on the charge, and so do Goreherd. You don't want to be suffering as your opponent charges into you, and you're not getting your own charge bonus off. Small mistake, but a notable one. We do finally get some throwing axes out here, and the throwing axes are going to help put an end to the Minotaur rampage. His Minos have been pretty impactful, just keeping Scarbrand out of pretty much every engagement so far. Marauder dual weapons are hanging in there on the middle point, and Korn infantry is looking real beat up. They're very tattered, and there's actually, the Slangor actually rallies back here, and is trying to get back in to run some units down. Bloodletter's getting absolutely chunked by that Cygor, by the way. 755 value, nothing insane, but definitely notable for just keeping them from being able to rally like all of the beat up Bloodletters, just like lockdown points. It's crumbling a lot of stuff out, and it's giving Korn a little bit of an opportunity to maybe find a way to round this one out cleanly with a with an easy objective hold win. Throwing axes hanging out on the middle. The Slangors just bulldozing their way towards the Korngors and actually get a really nice engagement against them. Going to end up with about 800 value, which is a little bit of an uptrade for them. Nothing too stupendous. Furies have struggled a little bit this game, but they've been asked to do some really heavy lifting against Minos, which is kind of tough for them. They get a clean dive on top of the Synagors here. And that is Value City. Scarbrand, get in there and just rampage that thing and just kill it down to a man. Slangors get killed by the Cygor. Cygor definitely is known for its friendly fire ability. It loves to kill its buddies for some ungodly reason. A lot of beat up demons out here on this side of the field. Here's a problem that is going on with what Ghost King is up to. He's not chasing units all the way off. He's allowing a lot of Beastmen units to rally. Even though they're depleted, Beastmen are ferocious on the charge. You do not want them to ever be charging you. You want to get into the Beastman's face and never let go of them. It's like in American football. Oh my god, this is way too... This is probably not something that everybody is going to be able to connect with, so maybe I'm going to have to find another metaphor to go with, but... it's like in American football when linemen are going up against one another. Like the defensive linemen win with violent hands. They knock down the opponent, the offensive linemen's hands. They put them on their butt, and then they go get the quarterback. And offensive linemen win by prolonged contact. Korn wants to be in a prolonged fight. That's where they value trade their best. Beastmen win with just pure ferocity. They charge in, they charge back out. They find another target that's isolated on the other side of the field, and they just overrun you that way. And Ghost King has done a really good job of keeping himself from getting overrun at any single point. He's doing a really good job of keeping the Synagor throwing axes in check. That might end up being the thing that saves him. He needs to find a way to kill these Korngors over here. He's got some Bloodletters that can rally in. They can get that fight off pretty cleanly, do some good work. Hellforged Host is only going to get about half their value back, considering how hard they were focused by the Cygor and the Fate of Buna early. Honestly, not bad in the least. Chimera is doing what it can to try and, you know, get this game going for the Beastmen. It's trying to get after Scarbrand. Scarbrand's going to get a beautiful rampage off. It's actually going to force the Chimera into a fight against the Furies, although now Scarbrand turns around. Big swing against the Chimera there. Huge damage. You can see he's only got 9 kills. He's not getting any benefit out of Slaughter and Carnage, by the way. Never ever bring this unless you're going for, I don't know, like a fight against Scaven, and you've got his, like, breath attack, so that you can get, like, some free and easy, cheesy kills. Forsaken run over the Korngors, and Scarbrand was close enough to actually cause a terror rout on the Korngors, which is really nice. Korngors very often will terror rout before they get Fear of the Skull thrown off. Khazrak is alive, barely hanging on. He's got 2,000 value, though. But he is about to die to some throwing axes. Throwing axes have stayed very active, and they've been well positioned to take care of Khazrak there. Cygor is alive and trying to get some shots off. Looking to hit the Forsaken. It is going to make a nice lob in there against these guys. Kills some of the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. Oh, and a beautiful Chimera Breath attack to follow that up. Forsaken are going to rout here in just a moment, potentially. Actually able to hang in long enough to break this Korngor and run them back. This Bloodletter paid for itself. Hellforged Host with 11 models. Hanging on. Chimera versus Scarbrand. This is going to come down to RNG. Scarbrand is very beat up. Chimera is also a little beat up, though. Honestly, just keep Scarbrand in against the Chimera. He's just got better melee attack and melee defense. He's not nearly as tired as you think he is. Actually, more invigorated than the Chimera even is. So, rampages the Chimera onto the ground, and now Scarbrand's going to turn around again and try and hit this big boy. What is going on here? I have no idea what Scarbrand is doing. He's just kind of awkwardly standing around, but he does finally get some help. He's got a bunch of Furies coming in to bail him out of this fight. Now he's got Relentless Rage as well. So, 2,400 on our boy Scarbrand. Just 1 or 2 more attacks, and he should be able to get the Chimera out of here. This thing having immune to flanking is really annoying. It doesn't care about all these Furies here, really. It's not taking a lot of damage from them. Hanging on pretty nicely. Oh my god, and the Blood Crushers come out. Whoa, Blood Crushers actually see the field for a change. Honestly, not a bad unit. The only reason you don't see them more is because Korn just has better options. They're good in a vacuum, though. And their charge bonus is pretty hefty, and they do a lot of work with the way they pile into combat. Against these Slangors, you can see them putting some serious damage down early on here. With 100 armor and Phys Res, those Slangors are just going to be completely bouncing off of those guys. Actually able to run them off the field. Excuse me. Marauders trying to cap the number 2 objective, but a bunch of Goreherd come in and are able to push them back. Looks like Khazrak ran off the field. I don't think Khazrak died, which is the important part of that. Yeah, fled recently. Scarbrand is non-functional at this point. He's just going to hide on the back of the map. The Chimera rallies and is immediately given an order to go straight for the throat against Scarbrand. If the Chimera kills Scarbrand somehow, then our Beastmen player could maybe win this game somehow. Little bit of an awkward engagement, but thankfully the Cygor gets more friendly fire. Kills more of his own dudes. The Blood Crushers are able to break one of the Goreherd and should be able to push out to rout the other. Just leave the Furies in here. Furies against Korngors and some Goreherd, not bad. Oh my god, that final shot from the Cygor was disgusting! They got 700 value in one shot. Oh my god, dude. And it causes crumbling on one of the Furies, and the Blood Crushers lost a bunch of models and are suddenly about to crumble out too. Oh my god. Catastrophe for Korn. Oh, but the Chimera gets intercepted. And Scarbrand, his leadership is wavering, but he's holding. Slangors rallied up. They did not get chased down again. Ghost King is not chasing enough units down. And, the Beastmen are hanging on here. He didn't kill Khazrak, so the leadership is back up to full for all these guys. He's got 2 Bloodletters on the way in. They should be able to clear most of the stuff on this objective. Minotaurs will be a little bit of a problem because they'll be able to push in and out and cycle charge a bunch. Synagor throwing axes are going to get attacked with the Furies, and the Furies should do some pretty good damage to these dudes. Definitely going to help control them and keep them in check. Oh, and the Gore Herd that routed earlier from the Blood Crusher charge rallies, and now the Bloodletters are completely surrounded, which is where they're going to do very poorly. They'll hold here for a little while, but they're definitely going to start suffering some leadership malices. See, attacked in flank is going off. Although they are able to break through the other 2 units, the Korn Gores and this other much more beat up Gore Herd do rout. Bloodletters over here. You can see how much damage they take from Minotaurs in the charge. But Furies are in here, and the Minotaurs are able to be locked down. So, Mino unit not doing too great here. There's a Korn Gore coming in and helps break the Gore Herd, gets a good rear charge, and immediately runs those guys off. But the Beastmen are playing these points so well. They're about to overwhelm the number 1. There's nothing to threaten the number 3. Korn needs to send this Korn Gore up to the number 3 objective right now. They are behind on points. They're gonna lose the number 1. They can ill afford it. Oh, but sort of Korn. Oh, in the late game, huge damage to the Synagor throwing axes, and the Furies might be able to kill the rest of the unit before they cap it. Oh my god, they saved the objective. That is crazy business. Oh, but the Beastmen saved the number 2 objective, and the Bloodletters are rallying back a little late. Scarbrand just needs to stand on the edge of this point. And hopefully he can tear out these Korn Gores. And this other Korn Gore, man, instead of going for the middle, you need to go for the number 3. You need the triple cap, I think. Because there's a Razor Gore Herd going for this point. Oh, and Ghost King doesn't even intercept them. This is where you just YOLO a Fury in front of those guys and just stop them. Because they're going to cap the point for the Horsemen get here, I think. It's going to be so close. Ooh, just barely gets the Horsemen on. Wait, how are the Beastmen still capping it? Wait, what? That was very bizarre. Somehow the Beastmen are technically capturing this point. Or are they going to flip it in time? Oh, I think they are. Korn is a little slow getting out to the number 3 objective, and now they got a bunch of extra stuff on the number 2. And the Furies are not diving quickly enough, and Scarbrand's not close enough to get terror routes, which is more important than anything else here.
Woeful tidings.
Oof. Oh. Right as the Beastmen grab the number 1, we get a flip on the number 2, and it's still in favor of the Beastmen. They do not have time to get this number 3 objective. Brutal loss for Ghost King. Oh, he's so close to getting that one.
Unending glory is yours.
You know, if that Cygor doesn't hit that disgusting shot that crumbled out Fury and killed like half the Blood Crushers, I think he wins this game. But that's what happens if you don't finish units off. He had multiple opportunities to finish off the Cygor and chase down some of these Beastmen units that like rallied and came back to be kind of a pain. You just can never let the gas off against the Beastmen. You literally cannot let them disengage a single time. Even if they're routing, they are still a threat for later. Beastmen have deceptively good leadership because their leadership values are low. They're in the 60s and 70s, and that's it. But they have Primal Fury, which gives them ITP, which means they do not care about fighting demons until the point at which they just literally cannot handle a prolonged engagement any longer. And then they'll run. If they rally and have a decent number of models, they'll come back and they'll get a charge in, and they'll get just enough value to stay apace with you. Beastmen have some of the single most cost-effective units in the entire game, and it's not even close. All of their infantry is cost-effective. The Razor Gore herds are a nightmare to deal with because they're so cheap and do so much damage on the charge. Their Minotaurs are really strong. Lords are good. Kazarak put a lot of work in this game. 2,000 value on our boy Kazarak. Not killing him was another small thing that lost Ghost King this game. But a really good scrap, and it's a perfect example and showcase for just how thin the margins of error are. in Total War Warhammer. It comes down to the wire so often. And you just gotta learn how to spot those instances where you missed out on critical moments in the game that could have saved yourself a bunch of damage, or run a bunch of enemy units off the field and given you time to cap points safely. Alright, let's see what Bot has against Sven. This is already a little bit odd, because we've got Ancient Salamanders in the starting army for Bot. They do fire damage. They do a lot of damage, but again, fire resistance across the board on the Chaos Dowie does make it a little awkward in terms of usage. They do have Flammable, I guess, so they are going to get around most of the resistances. And I guess the more important stuff to shoot at, like the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, don't have any fire res at all, so they're actually a little vulnerable. Skink Skirmishers grabbing the number 1. We get the Ancient Salamanders split firing, which honestly, for single entity artillery, split firing is honestly for the best, oftentimes. Unless you're like double demo rocketing something, that's like an example where you definitely do want to just focus both arty pieces on the same thing. Mazda has Apo. I would just have the Ancient Salamander run into the trees and get the heal, which it is, in fact, and is going to be getting, not up to full, but, you know, it's going to get fairly close. Mazda has the Greater Arcane Conduit, so he gets a little bit of extra spell mastery, which means his Apos are an even better heal than it normally is. Like, Apotheosis is already close to a 10% heal. With Mazda, it's at peak efficiency. It's 9.2% of the full HP pool, which is really nice. This is the second time that Sven has done a really good job of hiding his Infernal Guard Fireglaive in the trees and getting some wicked early value out of them because of that. Fireglaive's up to 900 value just about already. Mazda hiding in the trees. Apos himself needs to be able to use the Banishments and the Ruination of Cities here if he's going to be able to clear out the Fireglaives, because the Fireglaives are very safely positioned away from the Ancient Salamander shots in the trees there. And Saurus are going to get roasted by Flamestorm pretty consistently, although here it looks like it's going to be a little bit of both. Saurus get roasted, but also kills his own Hobgoblin Cutthroats, but now it's hitting both units of Saurus and doing some pretty nasty stuff. Oof. Really good Flamestorm there. 533 value on Astrogoth. Ooh, but Mazdamundi's coming back out. He's got Arcane Unforging going down on our boy here. Ancient Salamanders are actually deep enough in to be able to counterfire the Deathstreak rocket launcher. It's a pretty underrated aspect of their kit that they can hit single entities. They are a little inaccurate, as you can see, though. Not really their cup of tea, so they do miss some shots. Getting hammered pretty badly. That missile res and the fizz res keeping them in, but barely. Once Saurus is able to get real deep in. Chasing down the Infernal Guard Fireglaive still. Oh man, disaster for the Lizardmen. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are all over the Skink Skirmishers right now. Skink Skirmishers are going to be dying here, probably. Even though some of these are the bow hobgoblins, they probably rally before they run off the map. We'll see. They are fairly close. One of the models is stuck back here. There's some weird stuff that happens when models get stuck in units. With how far people will route. Beautiful Banishment on top of the Infernal Guard Fireglaives. Mazdamundi is pushed real deep in, and he is getting lit up by another Infernal Guard Fireglaive that is out on the field. Again and again, so many players are having trouble with this specific build from Sven. Sven has clearly practiced this and knows exactly what he needs to do to execute this build against multiple different factions. Skink Skirmishers actually survived the engagement thanks to the Feral Cold Ones coming in and buffering back the melee Hobgoblins. And then they're able to get their shots in on the Deathstreaker rocket launcher, which is going down, and BotBot has a lead suddenly. More Feral Cold Ones on the way in, Ancient Salamander on the way in, and Astrogoth is getting ripped apart by Ripperdactyls over here. The Colossadon Hunters, who are not even anti-infantry, are actually surrounding old Astrogoth on the ground here. And with the Arcane Unforgings from Mazdamundi, they're actually about to put him in the trash can. And if Astrogoth runs away, that's going to be pretty rough, because there's a lot of beat-up Hobgoblin units out here. And even the Infernal Guard Fireglaves are going to be in a pretty bad spot leadership-wise. He's squeaking out the side of the fight, though. He's going to be able to run away for a little bit here. We'll see how far he makes it. Honestly, this is a good chance for Ancient Salamanders to turn around and maybe even run him down, because he's just out in the middle of the field with no defense at all. More Ripperdactyls are in. Source Warriors are holding nicely in the trees. They've done a good job of just existing. Sometimes that's all you need to do as an infantry unit. You're not going to win the fight by yourself, but you can do your best to make sure that the rest of your boys know that you're there to support them. Uh-oh. Ah, man. Ripperdactyl is going to get shot up real bad here. There's Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders in the flank. There's a melee Hobgoblin that can get into this fight. And there's Infernal Guard Overwatch Fire coming in now. Definitely don't want to leave these guys here. I think it's time for the Ripperdactyls to get up and out. And maybe just fly out and go chase Astrogoth off before rallying back in. Lizardmen are in a good spot. They do need to capture the #1 objective. There's some Hobgoblin Sneaky Gits that stole this away from the Skinks that were over here. You can see a few of them dead on the field out there. Red-Crested Skinks on the way in. I mean, Bombot's got the money. I would just get a Skink Skirmisher, or I would get a regular old Skink Cohort and just rock up to the #1 and grab it again real quick. Because Sven is in some serious trouble right now. He's having a really hard time pushing out of his home objective. I guess that Ripperdactyl being left in combat wasn't a bad idea after all. I mean, they're not going to pay for themselves, but they actually held up a lot of units long enough for Mazda to get in here. And I think Mazda dropped a banishment, because the Infernal Guard Fireglaive should not have gotten folded up as badly as they did there. Unless the banishments or other magic was coming down and really hurting them. Chaos Dowie get rolled by that Ruination of Cities. Huge damage, and Hobgoblin Cutthroats routing out of the trees because of Mazda's presence. Apo going down on our big boy. And he's not being debuffed on the heal rate at all. Partially because the Fireglaves and the Wolf Raiders are trying to shoot the Saurus unit off of the Deathstreak rocket launcher and the Goblin Laborers. Good pressure. Colossadon Hunters getting after the Sneaky Gits isn't a bad idea. So what's going to happen, these Wolf Raiders are going to make contact, but the Colossadon Hunters are going to be on the flank. And the Colossadon Hunters, with their big weapon strength, yeah, there's only 6 of them left. They're going to take a ton of Wolf Raiders down if they're able to get any kind of prolonged contact, because they're just that ferocious. Their weapon strength is so crazy. Couple that with Toad Rage. If they can get a good Toad Rage and engagement onto the Wolf Raiders, that will also be a very quick bit of value trading in favor of the Lizards. Looks like they don't even need to. The Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are just done. They don't want any of this smoke. Oh, and the Lord did die. I thought for a second Astrogoth ran off. Oh, and here he is. Found his found his body. Looks like he was crucified a little bit. Oh no, poor guy. Not having a good one. Ooh, Mazda, though, at the edge of the map against Bolsons are great weapons. Not great for the Lizardmen, although they've got such a huge objective lead, I don't think it will matter. Even if they lost Mazdamundi, I think that they've got enough on the field to be able to hold all 3 points anyways. Not that they even need to, they can just bunker up on 1 at this point, even. Wolf Raider bows are running around in the back line. This is where you just try and get some more Feral Cold Ones. Just like try and sandwich these guys. Feral Cold Ones are not fast enough to just catch the Wolf Raider bows outright, but you can see every now and then, I would guess that what's happening here is Sven is dropping orders just a little bit, not even like a bad micro-lapse or anything, and the Feral Cold Ones, being 66 speed, are still able to keep up enough with their big mass. Enough of them get in that they're able to surround a few models, and then they just pull them down slowly but surely. And they've got 90 armor, so they can just resist like all of the bow fire that's coming their way for the most part. They do take a decent amount of damage from these hobgoblins, but it's way better for them to be shot than your actual like Cold One Riders and Cold One Spear Riders, who you need to kill stuff like the Bull Centaur, great weapons, Cathay Fireborn, trains, and whatnot. It's going to be a win for the Lizardmen. Very nicely done by BotBot. A little scary early, but he did a great job of rallying, recontextualizing his position and what he needed to do. He immediately pushed into the trees. Instead of just like hovering in the open field and getting blasted by the artillery, got right up in the trees, pushed the Fireglaives out of the forest, forced them into the open where they got pummeled by spells and then follow-up infantry charges. And he was able to get the Ancient Salamanders into position to slowly whittle down these Deathstreak rocket launchers. And once those were both gone, and Astrogoth went down, there was just no counter-pushing that could happen for Sven. His units didn't have enough leadership to push. Chowie Warriors are just never going to win any best infantry in the game competitions. Not that Saurus are, really, but Saurus get really good support, and at base, I would just say Saurus are a more stable unit than Chowie Warriors anyways, because they just have a ton of HP and weapon strength. They can beat up on a lot of different things. Chowie Warriors are way more limited in terms of their efficiencies. Thank you, Bird. I appreciate it, man. What did you think of BotBot's game, Bird? I'm heartily impressed. I was a little worried about the Ancient Salamanders, but they paid off big time. I'm honestly really impressed with the way that he was able to compromise Sven's backline. He shut it down pretty hard. And for how much pressure Mazda was under early, he did a good job of keeping him alive until pretty much the end of the game there. Mazda was kind of like the consolation kill for the Chowie at the end there. But we're gonna have to watch what Yifford does here. Oh my god, whoa, 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 whoa. I really like the Eye of Mor's Sleep. Dude, Eye of Mor's Sleep against elf factions and Chaos is actually kind of disgusting. This thing has snares on it, and it's crazy accurate with the boulders. It is super fun to use. I love it. It's one of my favorite monsters in the whole game. And one that I think it's casually disrespected all the time. We've got double Burning Headcaster with Starwood Staff. And you've got Eltharion as well. So what's going on here? What Galju is doing? He's going for character sniping with Eltharion, because Eltharion has Arcane and Forging. He's also got Apo just to heal himself up, and Mistwalker's Barrage, of course. And the double mage, the mages are just going to use Burning Head over the top of the Silverin Guard, because Silverin Guard not only have 75 armor, they've also got spell res of 30%, which means that Burning Head does nothing to them. It's just going to tickle them. Any Wayward Burning Heads are going to be very safe to use on the High Elf front line, and it's going to just absolutely destroy the Zangors, Gore Herd, Blackhorns, Ravagers, Ungor Herd, whatever might be fighting Silverin Guard. So, Beastmen are going to really need the Eye of Mor's Sleeve, and the Butchers of Kalkengard to do a lot of work here. Butchers are goated, no pun intended, against the High Elves. They are super duper rock solid units with the silver shields and the regeneration, and they also cause terror. So the terror causing aspect is amazing against high elves, because high elves actually don't have a lot of ITP. Silver and Guard are actually pretty vulnerable to terror routes if you can get some rear charges on them. You just break their bracing with like an infantry unit and then get the butchers on top of them. The butchers with their decent like melee attack values and high weapon strength will pretty reliably beat the Silver and Guard down. Now they're overextending really badly though. They really need to pull back. There's no reason for them to be going this deep. Galju can bring a lot of stuff out to kind of punish that. So it's best to avoid under pretty much all circumstances right now. It's a nice little net from the Eye of Morsleep there. Just popped Warp Gaze on Eltharion. You get some cheeky little bit of damage on him. Synagor's missed a lot of their shots somehow. I'm not sure what's up with that. Malagor's a little beat up, and what do we have going on here? We've got the Eye of Morsleep with a beautiful point. Not a point-blank shot, but a direct hit on the Silver and Guard. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Direct hit on the Silver and Guard takes out 15 models. This guy is going to get a ton of value this game if he keeps hitting shots like that. Follow-up shot misses. It's oftentimes really good to have the Cygors swap targets constantly. Because they just, like, take entire, like, chunks of the formation out. Oftentimes their follow-up shots are less than accurate as a result. They, like, fire into the same little area a lot of the time. It's very annoying. The only thing you can really do about that is just give these guys orders to hit different targets with every one of their boulders. Missing a few more shots. I think it's time to actually move the Eye of Morsleep up to the corner at this point. I really like it, actually, as a line-holding unit. Because it's kind of hard to dive. It's actually got a lot of melee attack. It does pretty good damage because of it. Ooh, and another beautiful boulder there. Oh my god. Oh my god. It took out 21 models on that Silver and Guard with one boulder there. 450 value. Follow-up shot is just as on the money. Another 10 Silver and Guard. Actually, even more go down. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, I'm a little scared for the front line of the High Elves. They're having to play really far back because so much of their infantry is getting pummeled here. And they're trying to defend this Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower. It's not like they can just move up, because the second they move forward, you're going to have the Butchers and a million Synagors swarming into the back line. Now, there's some Illyrian Reavers out here. You got Heralds of the Wind and the Bowcav, and then you've got the Fireborn hanging out. Now, their shot misses. I would just stop shooting at those guys. Apparently, the Eye of Morsleep doesn't know how to shoot Skirmish Cav. Malagor is still getting bullied over here, though, man. I love Malagor, but you gotta just keep him away from somebody like Eltharion. The best thing you can do with Mali, if you see Eltharion is on the field, you just keep him at the back of the map. You literally just don't move him off the back until Eltharion is distracted doing other stuff. Eltharion is diving the Eye of Morsleep here, but he gets netted with the Warp Gaze. And Butchers of Kalkengard are closing from the other side, and Mistwalker Barrage pops early, so it doesn't really hit anything. Butchers of Kalkengard just shy of catching Eltharion on the ground. We've got Synagor, great weapons over here. Good replacement. Dude, Yiffer is doing a great job of attacking these points. So the High Elves took this outside #1 objective early. Yiffer built up over here, distracted with his Cygor, brought a wave of Synagors over to cap the point, and then replaced with Korngors, because this is where all of his opponent's mobility is. There's no infantry to get rid of these Korngors quickly. And now there's a bunch of Blackhorn's Ravagers and Zangors. Some Ungor Herder out over here to defend this point too. Honestly, I'd just leave the I'll leave the Korngors over here. I'd just have the Zangors standing firm on this point. Beautiful Burning Head, by the way. Missed it a little bit, but Ungor herds both get roasted there. Oh my god, 245 kills on one cast. Crazy business. 649 value out of one Burning Head is pretty gnarly. Mally is on death's door, but, you know, it doesn't really matter. I mean, if Malagor doesn't die outright, he's just as effective flying around just using Flock of Doom for the rest of this game. It does look like Eltharion is coming over to get the last Arcane Unforging he needs on him. And Malagor is going to die. You've got to just be more discerning about how you engage him. Like I said, hide him a million miles away and just make it a nightmare for Eltharion to get near him. Because Eltharion is not going to really be able to do a whole lot else. I mean, he can charge around and do stuff, but Malagor was never really a counter to Eltharion in the first place. As long as you can punish Eltharion's landings, you're going to be a happy little clan. There's really not too much that he'd provide to the High Elves outside of mobile support. And the Beastmen mobility doesn't stay in prolonged fights anyways. Beastmen mobility hammers and then maneuvers out to go elsewhere on the battlefield. So Mistwalker Barrage is kind of hard to use against the Beastmen, honestly. Because they're running away so much, oftentimes, by the time it's off cooldown and it's activating, the Beastmen are already leaving the fight, and then it just whiffs horrifically. Brutal Chimera Breath attack. Insta-gibs the remaining Illyrian Reaver Cav there. Cynagors get routed, but this is another thing. I mean, remember that last Beastman game where we saw Korn just put a hammering into the Beastmen early, and they stuck around, and they rallied a bunch of beat-up units, and then got really nice rear charges off? There's a high likelihood that the Cynagor rallies, gets one more good charge, and ends up paying off. This only needs 300 more value, and 30 models, it's going to make some pretty good impact here. Our Sleeve is very beat up. This is one of the risks of bringing it, is that your opponent is actually prepared with some stuff like bolt throwers, or just big single entities, and it's a little less than desirable in those circumstances, but regardless of the fact that it has not really, like, truly shined so far, it's still forced the High Elves to play a little bit more cautiously than I think they'd like to. They're having a pretty rough go of it in terms of, like, rallying up the forces that they need to grab these points, and the Beastmen are just locking them down so freaking hard. Oh my goodness, and the Chimera and the Butchers of Kalkengard are holding firm against Eltharion. You know, you gotta remember that you cannot rout Minos with Terror. These guys have ITP at base. Also, the Butchers of Kalkengard have caused Terror themselves, so there's no removing their ITP either. You'd have to remove both attributes if you're ever to Terror rout them. And Eltharion sticks around too long, and the Chimera just absolutely runs over him. And they even kill him! Oh, Eltharion just dies outright. And honestly, I think that might be a little bit more brutal than losing the Beastman Lord, because Malagor is dirt cheap, guys. He's like 1,300 gold with his kit here, and he's got nothing on him except Flock of Doom. He might even be 1,100 gold. Eltharion is like 2,600 gold. He is a big chunkier army, and losing him like that is something that might not be recoverable for the High Elves. Even though they're not scrapping poorly, they had a huge value lead early, so it's honestly kind of deceptive that Galju is up by about 1,000 gold, because he's been slowly losing momentum over the course of time, and now with Flock of Doom just hammering away at the heavy cav of the High Elves, I think things are going to get even rougher. Because Flock of Doom is great against Elfish cavalry. And especially against Silverhelms, who are 1,000 gold unit. Anything to take like a couple thousand HP off of them in just one fell swoop is going to be a little much to handle. And Fireborn have been running around and doing some decent work, but none of the High Elf units on the #1 objective have been winning decisively enough for me to feel comfortable with them being able to grab all the other points anytime soon, I don't think. Although Beastmen are pretty beat up, I guess. They did have to summon Malagor back in, and that was a decent chunk of money. Goreherd up on this point. Boulder, I think, just clipped one silver helm off of his mount and that was it, but the Iron Moorsleeve has gotten its value. It needs like one more good boulder and it'll have paid for itself, which is really nice. Butchers of the Kalkengard are continuing to rampage in the back line, and they have definitely done more than enough to pay for themselves. They rally back, they can help the remainder of the Beastmen infantry just hold this point and close the game out. Because that's all they need. They just need one objective, and then they don't need to move ever again. If they get any of these 3 points, it's GG for the High Elves, because it's going to take a little bit to recap it at that point. And Beastmen are just so fast, dude. It's hard to defend your objectives against them, because they can get units out of Vanguard from every conceivable angle, and more sometimes it feels. Like, they're just that disruptive in terms of their ability to reposition. Like, you can never, ever count on being in a secure spot against them. You can see the Silver Helms are struggling. The Chimera gets in here. It's very good against Cav, too. This is one of the best matchups for Chimeras, in fact. Not only because they can bully Eltharion a little bit, but their breath attacks just wreck High Elf infantry, and again, because of the immune to flanking effect, they don't care about being surrounded, which means that cavalry who bundle up very tightly around stuff like chimeras and single entities get extra hard punched in the face, because this thing is not taking a lot of damage since it's got its melee attack active all the way around it with 40 melee attack. And it's got high enough return fire with its own melee attack. Even when it's tired at 40, it's still equaling up to a little bit more than the natural melee defense of the Silver Helms. It's just so uber effective, and not getting rid of the Butchers of Kalkengard, another big issue, because immediately you get a Terror Route over here on these 2 Silver Helms, and the Silver Helms are pretty beat up, but they still have enough models that the Terror Route now is kind of a disaster, because they could have been able to, like, cycle charge a little bit elsewhere in a pinch. More Ungor Spearherd coming in. Honestly, the perfect unit to bring in right now, even though they themselves don't have great cap weight. What are they good at? Well, they're amazing at uptrading into cavalry. Even heavily armored cav doesn't like fighting Ungor Spearherd, because they do have a pretty decent bonus versus large. They've got a surprising amount of leadership, and their damage output is super deceptive. I've seen Ungor Spearherd get 1,000 value in games against High Elves, just like fighting off Illyrian Reaver cav, because people are so desperate for points. They're like throwing their cavalry up, and they just run smack dab into these invisible, stalked, expendable spearmen. And then they get so tangled up into the Ungor Spearherd they can't get away. It happens all the time. They're some of the funniest units to like throw out onto the field and just like watch your opponent flail away against.
Unending glory is yours.
This guy's like mogging on the Ungors that he's fighting. That's pretty hilarious. And then all these the Synagors are just, look at that. That's a death chart right there. Synagor is about to smack that stupid a high elf right off his horse. Honestly, the Burning Heads are very unimpactful. I mean, most of the magic was used to bully Malagor, and then there were a couple of decent ones, but that was about it. I really didn't see more than 2 or 3. Partially because the Butchers of Kalkengard, like, straight up killed one of these casters, and then the other one got really beat up and was routing a bunch. Hey, Yiffer, good job, dude. High Elves are kind of a tough matchup for the Beastmen at times, but you did a great job of measuring out your, aggression to the point that the, High Elves are never able to get any kind of localized advantage against you. You're able to wear out the Silvern Guard with your big old Cygor. Moorsleeve got 1,900 value, 173 kills. Love it to death. Like I said, best Cygor. Easy peasy. Yeah, look at this. One of the Ungor Spearherd got 657 value. Others didn't do good at all, but they got absolutely roasted to smithereens by the Burning Head. Korngors were solid. Goreherd were okay. Really, it was just, really the way Yiffer won this one was just staying close in this match. just getting units up on the points and not letting go of them. Galju, once he was forced into the melee fights, was just completely outmatched. Like, he didn't have enough infantry presence to be able to push all of these bodies off. And then the single entities and the limited mobility that Yifer brought was used more than effectively enough to break down the horseman corps of Galju. Didn't even end up needing Malagor hardly, although Malagor still got 1100 value. And Eltharion at 2200. Neither of the lords were really the selling point for a dub there for either side. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, man. Bot. Welcome to RTK, then. I didn't know. I haven't been present for much of anything lately. Mostly just around for these new player tournaments. How do you deal with single entity? Yeah, honestly, ignoring it a lot of the time is a good idea, but the Eye of Morsleep's hard to ignore. If you ignore the Eye of Morsleep, it will farm value off of you. Bringing that bolt thrower was the right call. That's how you kill it. You just have to bolt thrower it down. You just have to hope that you can wear it out to the point that it's non-functional. It just stayed alive with its sliver of HP, and its remaining boulders were just really high impact into you. Sometimes there's not a lot you can do about it. You didn't play that badly, Galju. You played that pretty cleanly. Just, I think maybe one Burning Headcaster is enough. Starwood Staff gives you tons of WOM if you have even just one. And I honestly think, instead of going Arcane and Forging and trying to snipe Malagor, just save your breath. Don't even bother. Bring, like, Soul Quench and Apo, and just fly around and just, like, shoot positions of Beastmen units in the back and dive in and just try and tear out stuff with Eltharion. Malagor's so cheap, dude. It's not worth sniping him half the time, because your opponent just brought him back out. It's going to happen more times than it isn't. He's just so affordable to throw out onto the field. Alright, we should be into the semis and finals, so I'm going to make sure that we get the replays. What do we want to watch next? Korn versus Norska could be interesting. And Ghost King did bring a fun build, so let's see how this does. This is a truly cursed matchup for Korn now. Before the DLC, Korn beat Norska all the time. Super consistent matchup in favor of Korn. After the DLC, with all the chimeras and other Bearman nonsense that Norska got, they just get overwhelmed. They can't kill everything that Norska has. It's impossible. There's too much HP. Too many disruptive units, way too many, like, flying goon squad shenanigans, which Korn is almost always very poorly prepared for. It's super frustrating. I'd really like to see Korn's Bloodthirsters get turned into a useful unit so that they actually can do their job. Like, the problem with Bloodthirsters, the non-exalted version, and even for the exalted versions, they're just too damn expensive, and, like, they barely outduel even stuff like chimeras for some reason. I don't know what it is. I think they've got some weird, like, animation jank going on with them that is because the engine was never really meant for flying units, and I think somehow the way that their model is designed causes them to, like, clip weirdly into units, and for whatever reason, they just don't want to, like, swing into stuff the way they should. They should have faster attack intervals or something. If Korn had, like, a genuinely good, like, flying anti-large monster, then I think the matchups that they're bad into would immediately, maybe not flip all the way around, but it would definitely make them more manageable. Instead, Korn just has to bring, like, Marauder Horsemen throwing axes and just hope to God that they can get some accurate volleys off on chimeras and stuff. Valkia is a nice affordable lord. She's running around with Demon Shield and Sleipnir, which is all you really need on her. She can definitely get some decent ones out here against this front line. Maybe against the Berserkers when they get engaged against some of your units. You can just drop that and hammer them. Chosen dual weapons get hit by the breath attack. One model dies, but most of these guys, they just get right back up and they're like, okay, buddy, whatever. They're going to try and trundle in. I do love me some chosen dual weapons, man. Super fun, cool, a powerful unit. The problem with the chosen dual weapons is how slow they are. And they're vulnerable to missile fire. And Norska does actually have a lot of missiles they can use. They've got Javelin Hunters. They've, of course, got their Marauder Horseman cores. Marauder Horsemen are very frustrating to engage against. Very fast. The javelins do pretty good armor-piercing damage. You can always just get like a, whatchamacallit, a couple throwing axes just to hedge your bets against dual weapons and whatnot. I would use Demon Shield here. Final Transmutation does a lot of damage. It is well worth nullifying all of that. But I might be in a minority on that point because, I mean, it is a very expensive spell to use. I just think that saving 1,000 HP on Valkia is always worth it, man. I mean, Demon Shield, I think, might in fact be best used for stopping spell casting more than it is for her engaging in melee combat. Because in melee combat, people can just turn around and run away or just throw even more units into the mix against her. Spells just do the damage that they do, and if you just use Demon Shield on it, then it doesn't do anything, right? Fly her over and get a Sleipnir off. There's so many Norskan units blobbed up here. This is a wet dream scenario, honestly. There's Bearman Great Weapons here, Marauder Berserkers, and Broods of the Hound. You just, like, line this Sleipnir up, going right down the middle of all these units. You're going to take, like, 3,000 or 4,000 HP off of each of them at the very least. Super powerful little multi-use wind spell. You absolutely have to get value out of. Come on, Valkia, get over here, girl. Warhounds and the Fleshhounds need to be looking for flanks onto the horsemen now. And this is a little inactive with your infantry. It's actually a good idea to try and flank a little bit here. You want to get your marauders around to just, like, interpose themselves on the edges of fights so your opponent can't, like, get onto the flank of your chosen of Korn. You want to, like, push the marauders, like, up to here and just hang out there. Just say, hey, what's up? Don't worry about it. You're not going anywhere, bud. Valkia gets her Sleipnir off, but I don't know what happened to it. It just whiffs horrifically. I think there might have been a misclick, would be my guess. Which is really painful, man. I mean, you get a Sleipnir off here, you probably get about 600 value instantaneously. The Sleipnir is really only good against infantry. It's not good against cavalry, not good against ice wolves, anything like that. You could use it on the javelins back there, I guess. Throwing axes are getting destroyed. Chimera Breath Attack just takes them down to less than nothing, and the Norskan Ice Wolves in the flank, hammering them as well. And yeah, Chosen are losing to a bunch of naked guys. Just kind of stupid, man, I swear. I mean, to be fair, there's a million Berserkers in here. There's, like, Broods of the Hound, and there's a whole other fresh Berserker, and the Bearmen. It just sucks, dude, that Norska's front line has been turned into just a slog. I mean, Bearmen are kind of antithetical to a lot of the design principles that the game is, like, founded on, in my opinion. Like, they've got ITP and just a bazillion HP. I mean, they've got, what, 11,000, I think, or more? Somewhere in that ballpark. And most infantry have closer to 9k HP, so the disparity is a little disgusting and unnecessary. Like, you could drop Bearmen about 1,000 HP and they'd still be fine. They'd still be a great unit. It's also the fact that that stacks with the fact that they get Rage. Maybe if they took Rage away from Bearmen, they'd be a little bit more balanced. Yeah, javelins are just firing in and just laying waste to whatever remains of this Korn army. Forsaken are in here. Forsaken are good against, like, skin wolves. But they're ass against Famir. They get folded by Famir so easily, and then, like, javelin fire coming in. Norska and ice wolves are something that they can also do a good job of controlling. I just don't know what you do in this matchup. Honestly, I'm as clueless as every other Korn player right now. Maybe you just infantry max and you just go like a million Chaos Warriors with like Korn Gores behind them and some Bloodletters. And you just like hope that Norska can't kill all your stuff and you just win on a double cap and you just play it like dwarves almost. I don't know. You don't have shooting like the Dowie do. I mean, you can bring Hellforge Bellowers, which is a great unit, but that's about it. Chimera is flying around. The throwing axes are trying to hit it, but they just can't make contact, and you get another beautiful breath attack out of this Chimera. Big chunk of damage going into both the Horsemen and the Chosen. This Chosen dual weapon has been very inactive. Chosen dual weapons elsewhere on the field, honestly not doing too bad. Yeah, 1,300 value, 1,400 value. I just think the Norska mobility is going to outlast most of this from Korn. And, you know, Ghost King is using all the supplies in NJ. New Jersey Rocks is just, like, holding on to 2,300 casually and still doing fine in the value trade game. Rotted Bearmen are all going down, though. Chosen are fighting against some Famir Warriors. Honestly, it just, it's not like this is an awful fight for the Chosen. They actually have really good melee attack values and weapon strength to, like, get around the melee defense of the Famir. So they're going to be taking a lot more damage in return from the AP and the weapon strength of the Famir. Their ability to operate in that 1v1 environment is just a little more limited. Fleshhounds are overrunning the Javelin Hunters now. The Javelin Hunters had a little bit of ammo left. Not like a ton, but a decent chunk that would have been really useful against these Blood Beasts. Blood Beasts surrounding the Skinwolf Werekin right now. Blood Beasts are really good at killing single entities, actually. Now, the Skinwolf might be a little much for them to handle, considering they're also a little beat up, but you can see them putting some serious work in on this guy. And where's Valkia? Valkia's out fighting on the number 3 and helping out her boys. Whoa, okay. Korn actually breaks this side of the field open, hangs on to the point, holding the middle, and grabbing the number 1 right now. Hold on, guys. Oh, and the Shaman Sorcerer is being run off the field. And Ghost King actually takes a lead here. Oh my god, is triple Chosen dual weapons the way to go? Is that too much for Norska to handle? I still don't know about it. I mean, you can probably bring that one time against, like, I don't know, somebody like Boss Toss, and they'll just immediately change their build and hard counter you, but, it's working really nice here, and Ghost King losing pretty hard early, but off the backs of the solid performances from the Chosen, and some just really solid, consistent, scrappy play. It's kind of finding a way to lock this one down against Norska. Now, he's still got to deal with this freaking Chimera, and he's got to find out how to get rid of the Ice Wolves and the Famir that are hanging out on this point. Bearmen are being held up, though, very nicely by Blood Beasts. Skinwolf Werekin is very low. It's going to take him a long time to regenerate that health. 5 HP per second, and he's got to heal up to, like, at least 3,000 HP before he's really going to be safe to re-engage with. Look at old Valkia. Valkia has really not done a whole lot, to be honest. She's been a little ineffective this game. I would just keep her engaged here. Just make sure that she's, like, actually attacking the Chimera. This Sword of Korn is not really going to do any damage to anything here. You're better off using Relentless Rage and the melee attack buff. Sword of Korn should only be used on chaff infantry. It should only be used on low armor infantry, I guess, actually. Not necessarily chaff. Something like a Marauder Bearman will get absolutely annihilated by Sword of Korn. Used it on them, that would be a cost-effective use of it, but it's just one unit, so maybe not. Just going for the melee attack is better. Stop attacking the Chimera with, like, your infantry. It's just never going to work out. It's ignoring, like, all the damage that the Forsaken can do to it because of its immune to flanking effect. The throwing axes are your best bet to kill this thing. And the Furies just need to fly in and get after the Riders of the Mighty Serpent. And the Korngors need to collapse in the back of the Famir here. And like I said, throwing axes just keep shooting the Chimera. Forsaken are trying to run away, which honestly isn't a bad idea. They can't really do a whole lot here. You can, like, try and pull them through onto the Kurgan dual weapons, which is, in fact, what Ghost King is going to do. He denies the devastating flanker from the Kurgans. And now he's kind of swarming them a little bit, and Norska is losing out on the points. They have not been able to grab the middle either. Oh, and a fresh Chaos Warrior comes in to fight the Bearmen. And is not doing too bad here. It's hanging in there. Yeah, Marauder Berserker's getting onto the flank, which is a little bit rough, but not the end of the world. And, wow, that's a final transmutation on Furies of all things. I would have just saved that magic and just used Searing Doom to try and break down the Chaos Warriors, I think. Definitely would be a little bit better in terms of cost efficiency. Chimera is attacking into the back of the Chaos Warriors and could tear route them. You know, Chaos Warriors are not immune to psychology. Once they lose Frenzy, they lose ITP, and that can be a little bit rough for them. They definitely don't hold as well as you might like. I don't know how Ghost King was able to survive rocks bringing in just like wave after wave of unit. He's just done a great job of anchoring objectives and denying, like, wide swept fights across the field. It's been push and counter push, and Korn is really good at that. He's known exactly how far he can push his units out to punish routing forces or just out of position units and then pull back with a decent amount of HP remaining. Chaos Warriors are fighting Berserkers. Really good fight for the Chaos Warriors. They are really good against Berserkers. Berserkers struggle really mightily against Chaos Warriors of Korn. And dual weapons, of course. I'm amazed. This is a grand and glorious moment. Korn actually beating Norska. Ghost King, you're my hero. You had a couple of rough losses today, but this makes up for every single last one of those games. This was huge. This is chicken soup for my cornate soul. Apparently it is go full infantry swarm for the win. There's like no mobile options in here. There's some horsemen and some furies and a fleshhound and a blood beast, and that's it. Not going heavy into any of that and just like throwing forward so much cap weight that the Norskans just can't get it all off the field in time. Yeah, Shems is really good against single entity arty because it auto tracks onto the single entity, and every single one of those shots is without exception going to hit pretty much every time, unless your opponent's in trees or something. It's very hard to dodge stuff like Shems. And look, here's another thing. Cygors, most mobile artillery units is something like an ancient salamander with around 6,000 HP. The Cygor is pretty exceptional in the fact that it has 9,800 health. And it also has spell res. The Eye More Sleep specifically. I don't think the regular Cygors do. Oh, they do. They do. Never mind. Is it 25% though? Or are you gonna let me click? Oh my god, dude. Freaking game. Oh, the tooltips irritate the hell out of me sometimes. But yeah, it's got a 25% spell res. They also cause miscast chance. 50% across the board on every enemy unit on the battlefield, which is kind of crazy. It doesn't stack, like, you only have one, you can only have one active at a time. But, the chance that your opponent, like, blows themselves up with a spell just immediately rockets up. And the miscast damage is not insubstantial. I have seen, characters kill themselves many a time with the overcast damage. So let's see what we've got here. We've got High Elves. Ooh. Yep. We're doing High Elves Lizardmen. This is going to be an interesting game to watch. Because these are two just completely dichotomous builds. I mean, you've got super wide melee build from TL, and Dirk is going for single entity goon squad shenanigans with a super limited melee force. Normally you see the triple single entity out of the High Elves when they're going for Illyrian Reaver Cav Swarm. This is Keepers of the Flame and a Silverin Guard though, so two really stalwart infantry units coming in. And I think he's just going to be trying to Ember Storm everything to death, because Ember Storm does a ton of damage to infantry. You've also got the Omen of Assyrian specifically, which gives a perfect vigor and ITP aura to everything around it. It's a big aura too, 55 meters is no joke. Eltharion is going to be like cycle charging onto the back of infantry and trying to like break them down. It's going to be hard to hold points though. There are a million skinks on the field, and the skinks are going to crowd out a lot of space. I mean, they are not going to do any damage to anything on the field right now, but if all they do is distract Arcane Phoenixes and allow the rest of the Lizardmen army to, like, cap these points, that is more than enough, honestly. Lizardmen really just want to play keep away for the remainder of this game, and High Elves want to stay away from High Elves want to stay away from any of their stuff getting surrounded. Mistwalker Barrage comes down, does a little bit of damage. That Ember Storm is doing a majority of the work there. Ton of HP being taken off the Skink cohort, and even the Saurus Warrior there. Other Saurus Warrior mostly out of the way. Takes a little bit of damage from Ember Storm, nothing bad. And we do get Coldwind Spear Riders collapsing on Eltharion. This is what you do not want. This was not a good sustained dive. And he does get, he does pop Fang Sword and an Apo, and Mistwalker Barrage is about to come down. This is going to do a disgusting amount of damage to the cavalry. Yeah, brutal stuff. Half their HP gone in just seconds flat. You're grinding a lot of HP off these guys, but it's time to get away from here. You don't want to stay too long engaged on this. A bunch of these units are going to start terror routing in a moment. You don't need all these Soras here specifically. The Soras can kind of peel off this fight. You can just replace with some Skinks to continue the distraction. Pull back with the Coldwind Spear Riders. Just because you want to try and avoid the Mistwalker Barrage as much as possible. It is doing so much damage to all of these Coldwind Spear Riders right now. But Eltharion is continuing to get engaged on, and he's running out of time. And the Arcane Phoenixes have not been able to use their Ember Storms quickly enough to kind of peel all these units off of him. is he going to go down? The Red Crested Skink Chief comes over. He's going to get some poison off on Eltharion, potentially. Oh, but he misses. Oh, and a nasty Mistwalker barrage on the way out. Eltharion is going to get up in the air and start healing. There's really not going to be a whole lot you can do about that. What's going on over here? Wait, how did the Keepers of the Flame take all this damage? Keepers of the Flame have lost a lot of HP, but I don't know what could possibly be doing that to him. There's no way the Bastiladon killed a whole bunch of those guys. I cannot believe that for a second. Probably Uranus Thunderbolt. This has a ton of range on it, so this guy can be all the way back here and still drop Uranans all on these dudes from back there. Colossodon Hunters are coming up. You can see the Bastiladon being engaged on. It's going to go down pretty quickly. Not a very strong monster in melee combat. It's there for like mobile, cheap terror, and deceptively hard to kill, but High Elves have a lot of ways to get rid of these guys, and they're doing an admirable job right now. Fireborn getting charged in the side by the Cold Wind Spear Riders. Pretty rough stuff. They're going to take a lot of HP damage, as you can see in the early stages of this fight. As it becomes a little bit more of a static engagement, though, Eltharion and the Fireborn with superior stats and abilities are going to start to wear those guys down. Colossodon Hunters are in this fight as well now. You've got a lot of bodies in here for the High Elves. Where is our Uranus Thunderbolt, baby? This is the time for it to shine. You drop one right here in the middle. Hit the Fireborn and the Keepers of the Flame right now with it, and you will do a lot of damage. You will probably get close to 600-700 value out of one Uranus Thunderbolt in the right spot right now. You don't want to use it on the Silverins. Silverins have spell res. Like, they suffer against Uranus just like every infantry unit does, because it just does a ton of damage, period. But they hold up a little better against it than Keepers and the Fireborn. The Fireborn are getting worn out really badly. Oh, because there's sort of spears in here too. Oh man, Lizards are going hell for leather to just lock down this low ground point. They're trying to get the win early here by getting a triple cap and just making it impossible for the High Elves to recontest any points. There we go. That's the Uranus I was looking for. That takes a huge chunk of HP out of the Keepers of the Flame. The Fireborn also lose a few models from that as well. How much does this guy have now? 943 value. He's just been using Uranans to get all that work done too. And yeah, the Lizards have a decent little force here still. There's still some Source Spears, still some Source Warriors. The Colossodon Hunters are hot on the tail of Eltharion. Oh man, and the Arcane Phoenixes are going to have to peel away to try and save him, because if they don't save Eltharion here, and High Elves lose their Lord, they lose a lot of their late game punching power, because the idea is to use Ember Storm early to wear stuff down, and then Mistwalker Barrage is going to still be there in the late game with unlimited uses to, like, kill the remaining, like, Lizardmen units that might be trying to, like, lock down points. Lizard triple cap still in place. Lot of Rangers coming up. Some Spearmen as well. But Sora's Spears are holding the line. And they're poking down the Omen of Assyrian right now. These Arcane Phoenixes are very weak to basic Spear units because they only have 50 armor. And the Omen of Assyrian does not benefit from its own ability? Really? What? I could have sworn it did. Apparently not, though. Is that a bug, or is that something that they changed deliberately? Regardless, it's down to 38 armor, so these Sora Spears, their big weapon strength and super high bonus versus large, if they get hits in on this thing, it's going to hurt bad. Really, really bad. Look at the red-crested Skink Chief getting in here. No fear on this little guy. Going straight for the throat against the Phoenixes, and he is an anti-large duelist, and he's got pretty good stats, so he's going to scrap in here pretty ferociously for a bit. Low HP pool is a little bit of a worry with him. He gets hit a few times, and he's going to be in a pretty rough spot, but for all intents and purposes right now, the Lizardmen are in a dominant position. They have a huge value lead, and they have trapped a ton of Silverhounds and Illyrian Reaver archers, and an absolute murder pin. Harmonic Convergence being used on the Cold and Spear Riders. Look at the value on this unit. Oh my goodness. I know they came in once already, but that is disgusting. This guy gets launched like 100 feet up in the air and immediately turns into like an exploding watermelon as he hits the ground. Oh my god. Nothing left of that poor guy. And the Cold and Spear Riders continue their rampage, dude. That's some really good use out of the magic from our Skink Priest here. TL with some wicked micro and decision making. And he's going to surround Eltharion. Eltharion is going to be in deep doo-doo here. He is almost heal capped too, so even if he does escape here, he's not really going to be that functional for the late game like he needs to be. It's taken all game for the High Elves to grab this low ground objective back. Now, to be fair, there's really not a lot on the high ground objectives for TL. He's pretty gassed out. He's used a lot of his reserves from up high here to like filter down and just keep stuffing the lizards. I would say it's all been worth it, though, and we get another beautiful Harmonic Convergence on the Cold Ones. They're getting some great damage in here, but the Omen of Asuryan gets its heal off. It does have that 50-50 Fiery Rebirth. And it basically jumps up to 3/4 of its HP again. It's ready to keep going. Arcane Phoenix over here getting some really good value. Both these monsters have done pretty well for themselves, but Eltharion dying in the midst of all that fighting, brutal, brutal stuff. High Elves are very much on the back foot. And a Saurus Warrior that was held back in reserve for quite a while gets down into the towns of Torquilida and starting to rip into them pretty nicely. Cohort of Sotek against some White Lions of Trace. Cohort might not win this just because there's also Omen here. But they will hold the line forever. I mean, they're unbreakable. And they have a nice little ability with Refuse to Die, which does get popped, which means that none of their models are dying for another 10 seconds. 60-second cooldown, and White Lions are not holding too well. You can see that the other Arcane Phoenix is about to die. It's going to get its 50-50 in a minute here. Once it drops below, I think 800 HP is when it goes off. It does actually hit it, so it is going to survive for now, but it is routing also. Which means it can be run off the field. Honestly, the Cold and Spear Riders can just kind of run behind it and escort it away. It's going to be way out of position. It doesn't even matter. I mean, the triple cap is held way too long. Like, they're barely flipping this #1 objective up top here, and it's going to be a firm triple cap win for the Lizardmen there. TL just outlasting everything that could be thrown at him. Very well handled wide build from our Lizardman player here, man. Dirk played a really good game. He just could not get a leg up anywhere. He just stayed on the ground too long in the backfield early and lost a lot of HP off of Eltharion. If he had just waited a bit before trying anything like that, when he had some Illyrian Reaver Cav and the Fireborn on the field, then you can start doing stuff like that. Because your opponent's going to have an even harder time blobbing up around you. Not just because of the Vortexes and Mistwalker Barrage, but also the threat of getting rear charged by cavalry. Tobias only works on overcasting, right? Are you talking about what I was mentioning with the Cygors? I'm pretty sure Soul Eater is always active. My understanding is the way this miscast chance works, plus 50%, is it just functions straight off the baseline of 0. Well, actually, maybe it is only on overcasted spells, now I think about it. I don't know if I've ever actually noticed, but we could check real quick. Let's just get Fey Enchantress with a few spells. And then we'll get like 2 damsels, and they can also have some magic. Just some super cheap stuff. And we're gonna give our Beastmen opponent a Beast Lord and I'm more sleep. Let's just do a real quick check. So I was so certain that this just caused overcast damage at 50-50, even if you're not overcasting it.
I am the Fray.
In the light of the lady, I serve the lady. Power of the lady.
Oh, we gotta wait a little bit. Didn't overcast, so we know that's not what it is. We'll use our power stones to get more WOM, of course. Why not? Let's blow ourselves up with Chalice of Potions while we wait a second. Okay, let's wait until we got like 30 ones of magic, and then we can do a few casts, and we'll just see if we take any damage from overcasting. No. Okay, that caster over blew herself up. Maybe it is just on the overcast then. I guess you're, yeah, it looks like you're right. I could have sworn it was just a base chance, but nope. Yeah, it looks like the overcast is pretty much guaranteed. Cool. I mean, that's good to know, I guess. Huh. Okay. Fair enough. I guess it would be pretty broken if there was just a 50-50 chance you were always miscasting. It's still a bit of an imposition. It definitely stops more powerful spells from being used at their peak efficiency. Final Transmutation, Burning Head, stuff like that is going to be, it's still going to be dangerous, but it's going to be a little bit less, like, imminently dangerous for you. Because it's going to be, like, you know, if you can't overcast Final Transmutation, it's not always even worth using, because it's pretty inefficient to just use the base form in terms of WOM. Burning Head's a bit of a different story. Undercasted or overcasted depends on the situation, but forcing your opponent to never overcast Burning Head, especially for Beastmen, means that you're going to have lots of engagements where your guys are, at the very least, not going to get one shot by Burning Head. We got Mali on the Dragon, Blood Rack Medusa, Bleak Swords, Corsairs, Triple Handbow. Let's rock it. Slightly different from the last time Jimmy fought against the Vampire Counts. Really not that markedly different. He had 2 extra handbows in that game. This time he's going for a Medusa. Medusas are pretty good. They can do some good damage to zombies and whatnot. Crypt Ghouls are hanging around, and we got the Black Knights on the field. We've got the Von Karstein Vampire Lord rocking some really nice stuff. I mean, Storm of the Night, great ability. It shuts down a lot of factions like best lords and options. And I love him. I love him to death. I think he's one of the best options that the Vampire Counts have available to them. If you're not bringing like a super cheap Master Necromancer or what's his name? The Strigoi Ghoul King. If you're not bringing either of those 2 guys, who I think are probably the best options for the Vampire Counts, and you just need somebody to check a little bit of an Air Force type build, this is the dude to do it. He has 3 of these, does a ton of damage, locks down on speed, summon in some Vargeists and, like, dive really aggressively onto flyers who are, like, stuck in the air and struggling. It's really good stuff. White Kings should actually come down from the high ground, and they need to chase this Bloodrack Medusa around. Medusas are pretty quick. I mean, they're not slow by any means. Why is the terrain keeping these guys... Why are they suffering terrain effects? What is happening there? None of these other units are suffering it. Okay, now it's worn off. What the heck? Anyways, super bizarre. They need to come down and get on this Bloodrack Medusa. Bloodrack Medusas get wrecked by foot characters, because, they're, like, good in combat. They have a huge bonus versus large. They have, like, no armor, so foot characters who often don't have a lot of armor-piercing damage can be, like, peak efficiency against this thing. And, people, a lot of the time, just, like, don't realize how quickly, foot characters can, like, close ground on stuff like Medusas. Because Medusas really are not nearly as fast as you think. Like, 58 speed is fine. They turn pretty slow, and they're not that maneuverable, actually. They can definitely struggle a little bit. That is a brutal breath attack from the Von Karstein Lord. And he gets a beautiful Storm of the Night. This is where you pop an Invo and just go to town against Malekith right now. Just put him in an absolutely nightmarish position. It does look like there's going to be a commitment there from the Von Karstein Lord. Gets some really good work done. Coldwood Knights actually getting hit pretty hard by their own Lord, but I guess it's at the expense of Blood Knights and Black Knights, both of whom did get hit even harder here. So, at the end of the day, an up trade for Jimmy. Just maybe a little bit slightly better positioning next time so you don't nuke your own guys too. He's got a fresh Coldwood Knight to replace for that fight, though, and he's also got Black Corsair Handbows helping out. Peter Crossbows doing what they can to get some damage off, and the Von Karstein Lord's getting roasted by them right now. Takes a nasty volley, and he gets hit by Soul Stealer, and Malekith hard engages onto him. And Storm of the Night is on cooldown, so there's not much to be done there. White Kings are not getting into fights either. Okay, and you know what this is a great example of? This is a great example of overextending yourself into what your opponent wants. You are slower as the undead. Your opponent is a very, very low HP infantry faction. You want to kill their infantry, and then you want to force mobile fights, because if you can get rid of their Bleak Sword front line, they've got nothing to hold on to this point here. And then you can threaten to swarm down with all your zombies onto this low ground objective and overwhelm here. And then you'll be in a slightly better position. You can keep all your, like, mobile cavalry out here, like all the Blood Knights and Black Knights and Crypt Ghouls. They can, like, hover around the edge of this point, because you want to keep your opponent from just, like, fully committing all of their forces into your, like, crap stack frontline fight. White Kings need to use their Scab Scraths. Wouldn't be bad to use to break down these Bleak Swords either. You can just use a couple of them to, like, wear these guys out, and then you can save the rest for some Dark Rider Repeater Crossbow punishing. A lot of Hambos coming up, and Jimmy has a huge value lead, and the Von Karstein Lord looking real ratty right now. And Malekith with another disgusting breath attack. I mean, zombies get destroyed, the skeletons taking a bunch of damage. Honestly, Storm of the Night is really not doing nearly as much to Mally as you'd like to see. It's rolling on the damage a lot, I think. It's not like Tempest or anything where you can get like double the damage through any means. It's just a Spirit Leech effect that also slows specifically air units, which is still really good. But man, oh man, is Malekith just feasting this game. He is just being used so expertly by Jimmy. I mean, he is just getting everything that he could possibly want. He's killing this corpse cart with the Unholy Lodestone now. Unholy Lodestone on the other side is not enough to save these skeletons and zombies from all the damage from this Bloodrack Medusa. Handbow fire and breath attacks from Malekith. There's just so much they have to contend with. Neeper is down bad right now. And only now do the White Kings start to kind of force the Bloodrat Medusa off of its center. There haven't really been any zombie summons either. There's only been one used. Where did it even get used at? I don't even know when it got thrown down. Kind of a bad sign. Some zombies and some Graveguard great weapons on the way in. And, yeah, man, the chaff just getting shot to bits. Great play with the handbows. I mean, the handbows, again, not really putting in the heavy lifting when it comes to getting rid of expensive stuff, but taking a lot of punishment, occupying a lot of aggro from mobile pieces, and then just shooting chaff to bits while the Dark Elves maneuver around looking for picks on all the other more expensive Vampire Count units. Great stuff. Great stuff. Coldwind Knights are trying to keep the White Kings off of the Medusa. Medusa should just, like, retreat and go to the low ground to shoot the Graveguard now. And then you just stay engaged up here with the rest of your stuff. I mean, you got plenty of cap weight with all the handbows and whatnot. Really shouldn't need to worry about grabbing either of these points. You even grab the number 1 with some Dark Riders, which is awesome. Crypt Ghouls are coming out to try and counter that, but 2 Dark Riders, you just sandwich Crypt Ghouls, get a nice little looping charge onto the back of them, and they'll just crumble into nothingness. Malekith, 2,800 value. Von Karstein Lord, 2,300 value. He's been keeping up with the biggest, baddest mama's boy in all the old world. He's just not able to do quite enough to make up for the lack of success from the rest of the Vampire Count's army. Now Crypt Horrors are getting hard focused by the Corsairs here. Is that the first Scab Scrape? No, there's been a few more used. It's just hard, you know, especially against the Dark Elves for the Vampire Counts to, like, compromise all of these skirmish tools, especially the handbows. The handbows are really quite fast at 40 foot speed. And look how much firepower they throw down. Like, 1 or 2 of these guys, really not that scary. You can dodge and block a lot of their shots, but when there's like 4 of them in a local area, and they're hunting for you, just blasting 1,000 HP off the Von Karstein Lord in one fell swoop, starts to look real juicy and gets your opponent in a real deep hole that they cannot climb out of. Malekith is officially starting to pull away in the who's the biggest, baddest Lord race. He's got 3,200 value. Done a lot of damage to infantry and mobile units as well. And the Von Karstein Lord just keeps getting hit by these Soul Stealers and can't do anything. And now he's getting shot at again. And the Crows of Cain are actually a pretty decent unit against these zombie dragons, because zombie dragons don't have a ton of armor. And the Crows of Cain, like, they can die outright to getting hit by these dragons, but damage splash does mean that their heal is pretty effective. And they've got good melee weapon strength. So they can actually chew through 70 armor pretty effectively. Ooh, and a Doom Bolt from some Doomfire Warlocks coming down. Might put the finishing touch on the Von Karstein Lord. Well, it does look like it misses. Very fortunate for him, but Malekith is probably just going to fly out here and look for the final kill. And the White Kings are kind of being ignored. This is actually the best way to deal with them a lot of the time, is just say, okay, and walk away. They are fairly slow. You can see that they can still keep disrupting the Medusa. It's a nice little shot in there. See what he can do. Let's see if White King would be able to take down the Medusa from here. I very likely could. Crypt Ghouls coming to the number 2 objective. They did grab the number 1 again, but, you know, Direwolves are getting dogpiled by Dark Riders now. Crows of Cain are looking a little worse for wear. There's Fellbats and the Dragon on them now, but they're hanging on. They're still doing some decent damage. And the Von Karstein Lord has 2,500 value, while Malekith over here is probably up to like 37. Oh my god, 4,000 freaking value, dude. Such a nightmare to deal with. The Gaze of Malice was really nice to have in the back pocket. Did a lot of work clearing up chaff. So there's a lot of effective damage in that big wide cone. And then the Noxious Breaths. He's probably gotten about 1,000 value just out of these two abilities. And then the Soul Stealers have probably gotten another 1,000. And then Malekith just dive bombing the crap out of everything is another like 2k. And that's how I would guess that Mally has been getting all this work done. That breath attack whiffed a little bit, honestly. Not the best in the world. A little unlucky on that, I would say. He does just dive onto the Crypt Ghouls. He's got so much HP, he's not too worried about being on top of a bunch of, like, god-awful Skeleton Spearmen. The Skeleton Spears are not doing enough damage to Malekith to threaten him here. Especially with some Cold One Knights to get in and help him out, and just be another source of HP to soak up a lot of these attacks from the spears. Got the Crypt Ghouls about to go down. Very, very strong double cap for the Dark Elves here, and they've got more high-quality reinforcements coming in. They've got the supply advantage. Or actually, Nieper has more supplies, but they have the supply advantage because they're so far up on value. Jimmy is working on banking a little bit. I'd probably just hang on to whatever supplies I have. Unsummon all these Dark Riders and then try and get out some more handbows or something, if there's any in reserve. Unsummon the Sky. I'd keep the Medusa out, just use the last of its ammo and then unsummon it. Really beautiful shot on the Crypt Ghouls, ton of damage. This thing has 1,100 value. It's got 260 kills, more importantly. It's really about the kill totals against the counts. Like, doing HP damage is functionally useless as long as they have heals out on the field. If you have stuff that can just kill models outright, that's way more effective value, because while the vampire counts have a lot of passive healing, not crypt cards, corpse cards with the unholy lodestones, their healing does not resurrect dead entities. The only thing that resurrects dead entities is Invocation of Nehek. Very rarely are you going to see the undead units, like, crawling back up out of the ground over the course of a game. You're dealing with their perpetual healing just on the models that exist on the field. So when you're killing their models outright, it's very efficient, like, removal of their HP cap. Because you can't heal dead units. You can only heal the stuff that's alive out on the field, and as long as you're effectively attacking their units and killing the models efficiently, there's really not a lot the vampire counts can do to stop you from overwhelming them. That's not to say that vampire counts are like an easy or like a bad faction. You know, I think most of the games we've watched, the vampire counts today, have been them kind of getting run over by a couple of the better factions against them. We saw Jimmy do the same thing. It was either to Nieper or another counts player. I can't remember at this point, but played a very similar style of build. He started off with more handbows and didn't bring a Medusa in at all, but I actually think the Medusa is a really good choice. It's been very, very effective. Blood Knights are going down really hard. They just don't do well when Cold One Knights are on them. And then, you know, Malekith chipping in there as well. Mally is... He's got about 5,000 value, and he's still got 6,900 HP. Very, very, very nice. And the Dire Pack get flattened. They don't do any damage to armored stuff, so... While the Cold One Knights take a little bit of damage here, they're coming out much better in terms of the overall picture. We'll just fast forward. Nieper is just kind of winding the clock down, see if he can like do something to keep it in this game, but it's just completely out of hand for him at this point. That early low ground engagement went really poorly for the vampire counts. They lost a lot of stuff without getting much in return, and if you're going to bring Blood Knights, you need to, and you're bringing multiples, you need to bring them out together. They need to run around in a little bit of a pack, and they need to look for hammer and anvils, just like right off of one another. Another thing that I would recommend here, you really need some Graveguard. Either shielded great weapons or halberds. Any or all of them are good. I would recommend shielded Graveguard. Instead of opening with the Black Knights and the Crypt Ghouls, cut those guys, get 2 Graveguard with the shields in here. And honestly, Graveguard great weapons in the back pocket, probably not as good as a Cairn Wraith. Cairn Wraith's really good here because they can run down Coldwood Knights, just have to protect them against Doomfire Warlocks. And they will tear out a lot of stuff and occupy a lot of attention from handbows and whatnot. Because Cairn Wraiths have the Ethereal attribute, and they also have Frostbite. If they catch a handbow, they will kill it, because they have a lot of AP, and they have decent melee attack as well. But also, they resist 55% of all physical damage, and handbows don't have magic attacks, and there's no way for Dark Elves to give them magic attacks on their missiles. Aspect of the Dread Knight, I think, gives them magic attacks in melee, but that's it. Oh, Flaming Sword of Ruin, but you never see Flaming Sword. So, again. No magic damage, caveat. A few very off-meta spells. They'd be a really good reinforcement because they're also really quick, and they can run down Coldwood Knights effectively. And then the Blood Knights can look to be a little bit more of a sweeper with, like, making sure Doomfire Warlocks are held in check. They can, like, run down Dark Riders on some other objectives. They can push into the back line and try and intercept any, like, reinforcing infantry, getting after handbows as well, killing the Medusa, surrounding Malekith type of stuff. Things that the Blood Knights can do really, really efficiently, or where they can just get, like, a massive uptrade with a good engagement. White King's really solid, just like all the other stuff, the Vampire Count's just completely ineffectual. Needed to build up a little bit more. But Neatbird did a really good job. Hey, that's the first time I've seen this player before, and they got into the semis, so very nicely done. Good job. Oh, the Medusa against the Graveguard. Yeah, really good call, Jimmy. Because the last time we saw you play the Undead, or the Vampire Counts, they did bring a big Graveguard line. And the Graveguard lasted for a long time in that game, even though you killed Kemmler early. They were still annoying and out on the field for quite a bit of time, so the Medusa was a really good call to mix in, just for the opener. You know, you can always bring more handbows out, because they're fairly affordable, considering the price point and how fast they are. They can get up to points with not really that many problems. Let me take a little peek at them, and I can kind of show it off. You know, Medusa is like 1,300 gold. It's cheaper than the 2 handbows as well, which is nice. So you can, like, fit in a little bit more elsewhere. The handbows don't have Vanguard, but they have 40 foot speed. And since they're a ranged unit, you kind of want to keep them back and keep them supported early on anyways. So you just, like, rock them up out of your spawn points, you move them forward, make sure they get within range, and they can just start throwing down tons of ammo, blasting whatever comes in range of them. Those are some really clean Dark Elf builds, man. Really well played with them. Alright, and we've got Dark Elves versus Lizardmen for our finals game, so it's probably going to be our last casted game for today, depending on how long it is. We'll see. It's TL and Jimmy, and both, and you know, Jimmy is Lizardman main. That's what Jimmy won his first tournament on, so he's got a lot of experience fighting against these Saurus and skinks, and knows how to use them. Even more importantly, knowing how to use something and how to fight it is the ultimate combo in this game in terms of game knowledge. If you know how to fight it and you know how to use it, you can counter it with no problems. So we'll see what he can do. It's actually a really cool, old school banana slant build. He's got, you know, the Bound Banishment, of course. He's also got Net and Barona's Time Warp. This was actually really common back in Warhammer 2. Barona's Time Warp is actually really gross on, Lizardmen units because, they can really use the extra speed and also the melee attack. It can turn, like, positions of Saurus into absolute blenders. They go from, like, a long, grindy engagement type of unit to just an absolute, I don't even know what the proper term for it would be. Just a lawnmower. I mean, they, like, roll in and just bowling ball through stuff with their big weapon strength and then extra 29 melee attack. Gets them up to 61. Pretty ferocious. You got some Dark Shards, which are always good against Lizardmen. Lizardmen struggle so badly against Dark Shards because these things just do so much damage. Very, very hard for the Lizardmen to keep things adequately safe from these guys. If they just get a few volleys off against some expensive targets, the Dark Shards will easily uptrade. Very cheap unit. You got Scourger Chariots also, who can be kind of a nightmare. Of course, a very good anti-large option, and they can also run down skinks once they use all their ammo up. And we've got the High Beastmaster rolling around. He's got Tormentor's Sword, of course. Whiplash, another nice little ability. Source Spears and a Source Warrior looking to hold down the number 1, but the Dark Elves did cap this point first with the Dark Riders, and now it's just a bit of a staring contest, and it's of course going to favor the Dark Elves because they already capped it, and you can see the cap weight is flipping incredibly slowly. Dark Riders do have 4 cap weight. And we get a Bleak Sword up on the point. Dark Riders positioning forward, looking for some fights. Bleak Sword's getting into combat. The Dark Shard's blasting a Feral Bastiladon into oblivion out there. Really nice focus fire from them and the Scourge Runners to get rid of those guys. And a beautiful Tormentor's Sword to break the attempt by the Cold One Spear Riders to get through the front line crevice here and get into the backfield to get after both the Scourgies and the Dark Shards. Beautiful banishment, though. One-shotting this Dark Shard, and the Spear Riders are still fairly healthy. They also have Barona's Time Warp. Really want to see them get in here and get after that Dark Shard. They need to shut this shooting down, even if they can just do a bunch of damage to the Dark Shards and don't necessarily kill them. It's not a great trade, but at the very least, it's going to keep these things from massively outvaluing the Lizards if they get to use all their ammo. Dark Shards are just that crazy of a threat, honestly. Bastiladon and the Saurus are getting a lot of support. Big old Shield of the Old Ones, very nicely placed. They got the Barona's Time Warp as well, and they actually run over the Witch Elves. That's what I'm talking about, man. I mean, normally a Witch Elf into a Saurus is a pretty nice engagement for the Witch Elves. But because of the Barona's Time Warp, the Saurus just thump them into nothingness. They absolutely hard-counted them there. Got some Skinks up here fighting against some Bleak Swords, and there's a Witch Elf there. Really would be nice if there were some kind of wind spell in Heaven's Magic, because it would just be really nice to have for clearing out Witch Elves and whatnot. Very low armor, very low HP. It'd be very devastating for them to get hit by something like that, but alas, you're stuck with what you got here. Shems is like the closest thing you get to an offensive spell. Like Banishment, like the spell casted version, really isn't that bad, but it's quite expensive. It's better left in the back pocket, honestly. Light of Battle is just like probably the most garbage spell in the game. Like, Unbreakable isn't a bad attribute, but imbuing it for 22 seconds is pretty niche in terms of application. I actually think Faw's Protection would be really nice to use a little more aggressively here, especially wherever the Witch Elves are and you're not able to use Barona's Time Warp there. Because it gives 24 melee attack and armor, and Witch Elves do lack AP. They have next to no AP. Brutal Fate of Buna. Awesome use of it. Fate of Buna still has its time and place, and this is definitely one of those times. It's a 1,000 gold unit, and it effectively removes 2/3 of their HP. See him dropping down to about 2,300. Looking much the worse for wear. Good net on the Dark Riders, but it is just Dark Riders. It's not like it's something super expensive, so... Cold and Spear Riders are going to get a little bit of vengeance on the way out here, but they're going to go down pretty fast because they're just so depleted after that spell. Nice banishment on the Witch Elves. This very well could just completely kill the Witch Elf unit. Oh, beautiful rotation right over the top of them multiple times. Yeah, GG Witch Elves. Oh my god, dude. Nice. Oh, you love to see it. Now, there is another semi-healthy Witch Elf unit here. They can put a beat down on the Slain Mage Priest. Because he's got low armor. He's not very resilient against any kind of melee contact. And the Witch Elves have a lot of melee attack and their weapon strength, while lacking AP is fairly high at base. If they were able to surround the Slain, they could kill him. But he gets some Cold Wind Spear Rider support, gets saved. Meanwhile, on the low ground, we've got the Saurus pushing real deep in, but they are getting shot to bits right now. Scourge Runners are drawing them in real deep. The Dark Shards are pretty beat up, but they're still functional. 38 models over here. 43 out here on this side. And Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows also chipping in and making sure that they cannot get onto any targets. And another brutal Fate of Yuna. It might be time, instead of bringing out the Spear Riders, it might be time to spam some Feral Cold Ones instead. Just if you know that your opponent has Buna, and that's really all they've got. I guess they do have Doom and Darkness as well. Going Feral Cold Ones and just trying to, like, drag down their Cold One Knights with, like, super inexpensive options surrounding them and just aggressively attacking multiple points at once would be the way to go. Mage Priest is trying his best to pull back. Cold One Knights get really deep in and then get netted, and then they get hit by Blood Statue of Spite, surrounded by Cohort of Sotek, some Red Crested Skinks, and a pretty beat up Spear Rider, but that's all you need sometimes. As long as there's models left in these Cold One Knight units, after a Buna, they can still get a little bit of value for you. It's very important that you get a good clean charge off with them. So that you're not just like completely out in the cold in terms of what they did or didn't do while they were on the field. Yeah, Scourge Runner's getting melted here. Excellent work. Amazing stuff. Cohort of Sotek is a really annoying unit, man. Sitting underneath just about any fight, they can be an absolute nightmare in terms of value trading for the other side because of their ability to just refuse to die and the Unbreakable attribute. They've got plenty of melee attack to really make people regret tangling with them. And the poison is nice too. We get... What just went down? What did he just use? I have no idea. Where did the spell cast happen? He used some spell and it gave the exorcism to all the units. I know that because, you know, they got magic attacks for a little bit, but I don't know what he was throwing out there. Maybe a Foss Protection or something. He does have Feral Cold Ones coming in numbers now. He's got 2 of them attacking these Dark Riders. The Source Spears are fighting over there as well. Honestly, just pull the Feral Cold Ones out now. Use them to go after the Dark Riders, which is exactly what TL is doing. And the Saurus, they just finish off the Dark Riders in no time at all. Saurus are going to disengage off of here. They've got that nice little boost to speed from Baron's Time Warp, so they're going to close ground nice and quick. Going to see if they can find any engagements. Dark Elves are pretty beat up. They did lose... They are about to lose the number 2 objective. They're holding the number 1. They didn't get the number 3. They have been fairly consistent with attempting to use Dark Riders to grab this, but TL has been defending it with a decent core of infantry for a majority of the game. It seems like his strategy is to actually summon stuff out to move up here, then move down, just to, I guess, keep himself locked in on playing this point. Because oftentimes, if you just leave stuff on points, you can just completely forget about it sometimes. Mine goes blank, and then your opponent, like, brings in a counter unit and before you get back to paying attention to it, you can just end up in like the absolute pits of hell, as your opponent has a hard counter to that unit, like ready and available to like grind through your defending forces. Spear Riders getting ripped apart. Fate of Buna just put them in the trash can. They're getting shaken out for their lunch money, but we do have Cohort of Sotek getting in. Look at all the spells. We got Faz being used here. Shield of the Old Ones is going off. Exorcism is giving a little bit of extra leadership and ITP. And Refuse to Die is popped. So Cohort of Sotek is going to end up with like 1,600 value by the end of this game, man. They have been so good here. Saurus Spears have gotten some decent value. They've definitely ground down a handful of units to end up with 1,200, so very nice performance from them, but it's just so hard to keep the Dark Elves in check sometimes. They've got a bunch of fresh mobility units coming out. Cold One Knights screaming in from the flank, gonna bulldoze over these poor Saurus. The Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows with a decent amount of ammo. Going to be looking to probably wear down the remainder of the Cohort of Sotek. Just don't want to have these guys get engaged in melee combat against anything else. I mean, using this Dark Rider to attack them, I guess, just to keep them off of an objective isn't a bad idea. Dark Elves were busy recapping the number 2, and they do grab it in pretty quick time. They've got to get a... no, they don't need a triple cap. They can barely win on 2 objectives. Unless I'm just a few points off. But they're looking pretty. I would look to just keep my opponent occupied on the number 3. Just have units like cycle charging in and out on any red-crested skinks or whatnot that might be trying to hold the line there. 2 more Cold Wind Spear Riders on the field. Are we going to see another Fate of Buna? I mean, the Bunas have been so nasty so far. 1,500 value out of the Sorceress. She costs like, what? With this kit, 900 gold. She's on horseback, right? Just on the steed. Yeah, she's like 900 gold. Very affordable. So really nice uptrade out of her so far. And she should have maybe like 1 Buna left. So I've seen 3. It's a pretty expensive spell. You get quite a bit of whomp from it all. And you get... Life Leeching does give you a rebate on all spells you cast. 2.5 wins of magic for every spell that you spend. So it's 10% of the cost of Fate of Buna, which is nice. Really, really nice. Another Cold Wind Spear Rider coming in. Saurus Spears coming up. TL doing a really good job of just positioning himself for the Dark Elves. Dark Elves are obviously wanting to hold their 2 points, but, you know, when you're this close on tickets, it's always a good idea just to probe your opponent. Like, really force them to bunker up on their 1 point. That way they can't get really aggressive onto your objectives. Because you want your opponent to try and overextend into you in this circumstance. While also being able to uptrade in the skirmish phase. It's like the beginning of the battle all over again here. You know? Like, both sides are trying to be really patient and probe and prod and, get that extra little bit of poke damage that can make all the difference when the mainline clash happens. Saurus Spears getting into the trees. Honestly, leaving them just up here on the edge of this point is probably the best thing you can do with them right now, because if your opponent wants to, like, dive your Cold Wind Spear Riders, you can always just kind of, like, retreat back through the spears and kind of shake them off, because Cold Wind Knights cannot follow into a Saurus Spear unit. They will get absolutely eaten alive. And maybe even literally. I don't know if Saurus, like, eat Dark Elves. You know what I mean? Like, do they in the lore? I mean, they're frickin' dinosaurs, man. Dinosaurs with frickin' laser beams on their heads, so... why wouldn't they? I'd be pretty hungry if I were running around doing all this heavy exertion that the Saurus are being asked to do on a regular basis, man. Really nice engagement for the Lizardmen. Truly. I mean, the Coldwind Spear Riders get a very clean charge onto the Coldwind Knights. Spear Riders over here are even pushing it into the back line and threatening an overwhelm on the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows. Now, the unit is a little bit spread out, and there are 2 Coldwind Knights up top here. Get a really nice whiplash on one of the Coldwind Knights, but the Lizards with Foz Protection holding up really nicely. They just have so much melee defense at 56, and that bonus versus large of 14 really coming into play nicely right now. The Dark Elves get no such buffs. They're just raw dogging it right now. And are they going to be able to hold it? Lot of units breaking here. Skinks are running away. We've got, yeah, just a big rout thanks to that Doom Darkness. It perfectly got those Skinks over the line in terms of their leadership wavering to break them, which means that all of these Feral Coldwinds and Spear Riders now totally unsupported by infantry outside of this one side with these Sword Spears, and now there's Witch Elves in this fight. Witch Elves from the other side as well are going to start collapsing onto this Sword Spear and ripping it up. They're not going to last too much longer here. They would have been okay as long as they were fighting stuff like Dark Riders and Coldwind Knights, but really good summons from Jimmy with the Witch Elves coming in at the 11th hour to kind of help peel through a lot of this. And Witch Elves, honestly, as long as they're not getting charged directly by Feral Coldwinds, are pretty good against them, because they just have really good melee attacks, so they can grind through the really abysmal melee defense of these Ferals. And 90 armor is pretty chunky, but not mitigating all of the base weapon damage of the Witch Elves. Jimmy has been pretty good about using his Witch Brews. He could definitely just pop the Witch Brew on this one over here, because they could just rally back to fight the Colossus Hunters, and that's in fact what he's going to do. Really smooth micro play there from Jimmy. You got the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows chipping in against the Colossus Hunters now. Dark Shards are still alive and still up trading. 1,200 value on those bad boys. Good stuff. High Beastmaster 2,100. This guy is so good. I mean, you just like cut every ability except these two. He just rides around and blasts everything with bazillion ammo. 36 ammo on him might be a little much. I think he might actually need to be cut down to about 30 or something, because the 36 is just ferocious. His missile does a buffoonish amount of damage, and it cleaves through everything. It's great against cavalry, it's great against infantry, it's exceptionally strong, though, against single entities. I think he might have even helped finish off that Slain. The Slain is dead. I just clocked this. Lord died recently penalty being applied to all the Lizardmen forces. Oh my goodness, dude. Yeah, Jimmy barely winning on that double cap. But, I mean, hey, he kept the pressure up on his opponent and forced a fight in the high ground that meant that all this skeet cap weight that's normally so good for the Lizardmen and like stealing objectives from people was distracted and forced onto that number 3 objective until the end of the game when it's just desperation time. And then you don't even have to kill the skinks with any kind of efficiency. You just like roadblock with garbage that's like low on HP already. Just make sure that they can't arrive there and like steal it away from you at the last second. Crazy close game, dude. Both these guys deserved this win, honestly. They both fought really hard today. Awesome to see Jimmy get his second tournament win. So I think that's going to be it for Jimmy. Jimmy is no longer going to be in any new player tournaments. So grats on your matriculation, my friend. Huge day for you. Good luck in the upper level tournaments. All I've seen you around, and you've done pretty well against some pretty high level competition. Witch Elves all did pretty good. Coldwind Knights were a little mid. I mean, none of them like really paid for themselves. It's kind of a tough matchup for them. I mean, they are really just there to keep the Lizardmen overwhelming you with their superior numbers. Because the Coldwind Spear Riders for the Lizardmen are slightly cheaper. And because the Feral Cold Ones are so heavily armored, they tend to outpace the Dark Riders in terms of mobile support. So really it comes down to like good, efficient shooting from the Dark Elves and then magic support to win this matchup. If the Lizards can like outlast all of those elements, then they tend to walk away with this pretty comfortably. It's easier said than done, though. This is probably a 55-45 in favor of the Dark Elves. It's just that when the Dark Elves win this matchup, a lot of the time they win it really decisively. And they can make the Lizardmen look like an awful faction, but it's just simply not the case. Dark Elves are just one of those factions that can kind of do things like that. Beastmen, Norska, Dark Elves, and who are some other factions that can really just steamroll over folks? I guess Greenskins kind of can. Oh, Wood Elves. Wood Elves, absolutely. Wood Elves will just shoot you off the field and you'll cry and throw up and wish you were anywhere but playing Total War Warhammer, because they just have so many good shooting units. Korn can kind of bully people and just like bulldoze over armies, but it's pretty matchup dependent and comp dependent in terms of what forces you bring. Korn has pretty low numbers on the whole, and of course they don't have magic, so they don't get any freebies like some of these other factions can, with like snares and like really good magic that can immediately put your opponent in a deep dark hole in terms of value. Slaanesh can also bully people. Slaanesh is probably one of the biggest offenders of that. I'm hoping that with Total War 40k we get a nice restart. We can get rid of some of the jankier mechanics in this game, and hopefully it's just a much smoother engine. This engine is really showing its frayed edges after all this time. It was never meant to have like flying combat. You can tell with the way that stuff like Bloodthirsters work a lot of the time. Some of the multi-entity flying units are really strong. I'm not sure how they got like Chaos Furies so right, and then Bloodthirsters on the other end of the spectrum are just completely abominable dog shit that nobody should ever use. It's a game of stark contrasts. Do I have one more in me? I got one more in me. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what kind of game we want to watch, too. I do love me some rats, but... who do we want to... ooh, actually, I do want to see Bot versus Meat. We've only seen the one Cathay game, and we got Satang in this one, so... very intrigued to see what Satang is capable of here. You have 4 Saurus shields with the cudgels, 4 skink skirmishers, Mazda, presumably in his toilet seat, and double ancient salamander. Ancient salamanders are amazing against factions like Grand Cathay because they have super tightly bunched up mid-tier infantry who are otherwise really sticky to remove. These things with their explosion damage just absolutely own the Jade Warriors. Such a good choice here. Love it to death. Mazda's got Roiling Skies, which is a really good call, just to have some cheap spells like Apo, and then a heavy hitter like Arcane Unforging against any of the big characters, or if the Shugengan Lord gets too close, just lock out the Dragon's Breath for a minute, and then also you can lower the speed and melee defense of that character, and maybe even use the Skink Skirmishers to kind of punish her as she's slowed and in a little bit of trouble. Nice breath attack, Skink Skirmishers. It's like 2,000 HP, man. It's so brutal. Satang gets a nice shot on the Ancient Salamander. 500 damage is no joke, but Mazda, he can always throw some Apos down on those bad boys. He's got so much magic that he can use, and it's so efficient with the Greater Arcane Conduit that he's got. Beautiful first volley from the Sallies. Jade Warriors lose 12 models and lose about 2,000 HP, so it's about even, I would say, right now in terms of the damage done. Considering the fact that the Salamanders are probably just going to get Apo'd back up to full health. Saitang, though, is going to be annoying. He is definitely going to be quite a threat to these little beasties. I don't know if you really need to dive him anytime soon, though. Just keep healing up whichever of the Ancient Salamanders is low on HP. Rotate it out, and if you really need to, you can always, like, walk to the edge of Saitang's range and just fire from back here, because these Salamanders do have pretty good range at 160. Saitang has 350 range, which is pretty high. It's a little more limited than some other artillery pieces can be. Cathay Grand Cannons have 420 meter range. And they're also really good against the Lizards. They're much cheaper than Saitang, too. I'm curious as to why we're bringing Saitang in the first place. I would love to pick Meat's brain and get the breakdown as to why he's throwing these guys in here. Shugengon Lord lands and is getting after the Ancient Salamanders. Meanwhile, we get a beautiful Dragon Breath. Another nice punishing blow against the Skink Skirmisher Corps. Oh, the Grace of Kuai Yin is about to get jumped by these Ripperdactyls. They already used their mark. So there's really not a whole lot that anybody can do to peel for these guys. There's no other real shooting except for Saitang, so he's not going to be benefiting from any resistances that might be getting removed. Crane Gunners get summoned out. They don't have Harmony, though, so they're going to be firing fairly slowly at their regular base speed. If you could summon out a Peasant Spear here, you could get the reload rate buff, and then maybe you could stop this overwhelm coming in. Grace of Kuai Yin got completely folded up by that Ripperdactyl, and now Colossal Hunters are going to rip Saitang a new one. And meanwhile, yeah, one Ancient Salamander's routing, but whatever. It can come back, and Mazda can kind of heal it up. It looks like the Shugengon Lord got hit by a Arcana Forging. So I got a bunch of damage from that, I'm sure. And Ancient Sally can just keep popping away at the Jade Warriors. The Saurus are holding up really nicely. They're also getting some heal support. And this is kind of a classic breakpoint of Cathay. Like, they did a pretty good job of fighting in the front line early, but then they get overwhelmed in the back end as their opponent, like, summons out a good core of specialized counters. Just dogpiles them before the Jade Lancer Corps can get in time. And then their mobility's a little bit out of position, and the rest of their infantry are slowly getting ground down while opponents try to figure out a way to kill the Zhanggu War Drum. I do love me a Zhanggu War Drum. It's a very fun unit. It's very hard to completely finish off because it has so much leadership. Or actually, it's unbreakable. They've always been unbreakable. It's kind of hard to, like, handle because of its HP pool. The unbreakable trait makes it so that, obviously, if you get it down to 100 HP, it's given all the same buffs as it was before, and the buffs are pretty substantial. I'm not so sure about using Bastion of the Great City. I really feel like it should have been on Disdain of the Dragon Emperor from the jump. I feel like that's almost always more effective than giving a bunch of armor to the Jade Warriors. Like, 24 extra armor on Jade Warriors is nice, but it's not really saving them that efficiently from the Saurus, because Saurus have 18 armor-piercing weapon damage anyways, which is honestly about as much as some units have in terms of base damage, period. I mean, compare that to the Jade Warriors. They've got 21 base damage, 7 AP. And the Saurus are out here doubling them up on both fronts just about. And, yeah, Saitang goes down in horrific fashion. And, it takes just way too long for Cathay to, like, reconstitute their forces. They even have a Saurus adding insult to injury, beating up on the Crane Gunners in the back line here. Record win time for the Lizards against Green Cathay. Usually this is a very long attrition-based matchup. Here, went by pretty quickly, honestly. Alright, with that in mind, we've got time for one more. Oh yeah, this one. Really wanted to see Galju and his Shadow Walker line. I love Shadow Walkers. Favorite high elf unit, period. I will use them any chance I get, honestly. I think, like, 2 of them are good in just about every high elf build. In my personal opinion. We'll see what Galju can do here, though. You know, of all the factions that you'd bring Shadow Walkers into, this might be one of the tougher ones to utilize them against. The poison is always going to be good, and they can absolutely nuke Marauder Horsemen into oblivion and get a fat volley here and immediately take out 13 Horsemen. Get them down 1,700 HP. They're pulling back. They're not looking too happy with the current situation. Another follow-up volley. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Good night, Horsemen, man. That's really nice for the High Elves. I mean, that's no game-winning play by any means. There's still plenty of time for Norska to, like, you know, bring the rest of their force forward and find some good engagements with some of their, like, tougher elements, like the Skin Wolves and the Ice Wolves and whatnot. But just right off the rip, you take huge chunks of HP out of your opponent's skirmish core. It's going to keep them very honest. They're not going to be able to, like, push around flanks and just grab points for free. Being this beat up, it's going to be a little too risky to go for that kind of a strategy. Marauder Hunter Javelins are getting tossed now, too. Huge damage coming down from the Shadow Walkers. They have a lot of range, too. 180 meters is wild business. Just for comparison to some longer range units, like Jezzails are one of the longer range units in the game that isn't just an outright artillery piece. They have 250 meters, and compare Shadow Walkers to Way Watchers. Way Watchers have 190 range, these guys have 180, so they're just off like the absolute peak of the peak when it comes to bow units. But Way Watchers are basically just all range damage. Shadow Walkers are pretty good at fighting in melee. They've got good stats and a great bonus versus infantry of 12. Stupidly good at being at using all their ammo up and then just like hard engaging onto enemy infantry and grinding them down and getting like, I've seen Shadow Walkers get 2,000 value, no problem. And they're sitting pretty right now. One's got 500 value, 467, 416. Shooting the Marauder Bearmen, great weapons to death now. Bearmen are lucky and fortunate to have 11,000 HP, because otherwise they'd be in the bin already. You know, the amount of HP that they've lost right now is about half the HP on most units. And you get a nice volley on the Norskan Ice Wolves. Norska is kind of playing into the High Elves' hands, to be honest. Yeah, they're locking down the points, but they are letting a lot of their units get picked off here. Like, the Javelins are basically on death's bed. Norskan Ice Wolves took a punishing volley and down to half health. This Marauder Bearman Great Weapon is down about a third of their HP. Oh, man, and this follow-up volley is going to be pretty nasty, too. Taking them down another 2,500 health. Just don't shoot into the shields. I mean, the shielded Bearmen are probably the weakest part of the Norskan build, because stuff like Oceanids can kind of get into those dudes and handle them without too many problems. And yeah, look, New Jersey Rocks, I think, is panicking a little bit. He's pushed his Skin Wolves way around the flank here. Looks like there was some Marauder Horsemen that were also trying to help out, and they get pushed back really hard. And that Skin Wolf is going to die, too. So they run up into the back line of the High Elves and the Illyrian Reavers and the Fireborn. Let's continue the rampage and keep them on the run. Oceanids coming in. Oceanids are going to take out the Bearmen. And then Shadow Walkers are just going to make sure that the Javelins go offline. I wouldn't shoot the Femir. The Femir Balefiend has a ton of missile resistance, 50%. like, you can definitely shoot them down, but I would say it's probably not worth the time and effort when you can just ignore him, honestly. Like, he's got Melkoths and Pit of Shades. Good spells, but unless he hits the fattest Pit of Shades of all time, it's not going to make up for the damage that's already been dealt to the Norskan forces. You just get rid of the javelins and make sure they can't just shoot the Oceanids and your cavalry to death, and you're going to be just fine. Also got Arcane and Forging, so completely missed that from the Archmage. Archmage on horseback just runs forward, drops the spell. Famir is going to get hammered for a good chunk of his HP. And yeah, you can see the javelins. Oh man, this other javelin down to 2,500 health, 50 models remaining, but one more volley probably finishes that whole unit off. And what are the Shadow Walkers sitting at? Oh, 1,000 value, 991, 835. Just hit the stuff that's sitting still. The Famir is kind of dodging around, actually. NJ is doing a pretty good job of doing a little rope-a-dope type of stuff there with that unit. Marauder Hunters get hit by one more volley and they're gone, and now the Oceanids get to engage pretty freely, and yeah, there's another Javelin over here. It's just one. There's plenty of Fizz Res and Missile Res on the Oceanids to survive a couple volleys. At least until one more volley comes in from these Shadow Walkers and they just finish this unit up. Pit of Shades goes down on the Shadow Walkers, but they're very spread out force. So the damage, pretty efficient in terms of how much HP it's taking off of the unit, but it doesn't kill a single model. And they can just retreat and, I don't know, get a minor heal. We have Apo? We do have Apo on Archmage, so I'd just drop it on the Shadow Walkers and throw them in melee now. Well, they've got 5 more volleys. It's deceptive how many this unit has left. The other 2 are down to 1 volley. 1,200 value, 1,275. This other Shadow Walker's probably gonna end up with that too. Oceanids are doing their best. They get hit by Melkoths. It doesn't really do a whole lot of damage to them. The Famir are the more dangerous thing for the Oceanids, because Famir do have magic damage. They get around the Fizz Res of the Oceanids just fine. Also don't have fire damage or anything, so really, the Oceanids are not mitigating any of the incoming damage from those Famir. They do have good weapon strength. Shame that they're not the great weapon Famir, though, because they would absolutely bully an Oceanid. Oceanids over here are just wearing down the Marauder Bearmen. This is a really good engagement and fight for the Oceanids, because none of these units really are well situated for getting through 55 melee defense. And the Perfect Vigor is going to mean that this fight gets worse and worse over time, as the Famir get tired, as the Bearmen get tired. Fireborn are doing a bunch of work over here. We're going to get a nice Pit of Shades. This is probably going to finish off the Fireborn, and maybe even the Silverhelm, but it's also going to do friendly fire damage to this Bearman unit. Although not really all that bad. A lot of the units actually outside of the Vortex itself. And the Silverhelms are just barely in here still. The Fireborn actually got a Apo in the middle of all that. 20 models on these guys, pretty beat up. I would just unsummon them. Unless you had a bunch of free WOM and you can just Apo them like 3 or 4 times and get them up to like 2,000 HP and then commit them in again. But Melkoths hits them. That's probably going to outright kill the whole unit. There's so few of them left and such a small amount of HP. Ooh, down to 90 health. Wow, and they're still holding on. These guys are such badasses. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. They have 95 base leadership. They die to a man here. Fireborn completely dead and gone. Just about paid for themselves. Looking okay for the High Elves. They're just committing more units out onto the field. Liger and Reavers running a bunch of stuff down in the back line. Storm Riders coming in. Galju with a good amount of... good amount of supplies. He unsummoned his Shadow Walkers, which I would not ever do. I would just keep them on the field. I guess, though, he wants to resummon them and get their ammo replenished, so they can just come in, shoot up some Marauder Berserkers, Horsemen, and whatnot. Sale has just been in the back doing nothing all game. To be fair, that's kind of the point. He's just going for backstabbing sorcery. So, what that does, it's like a small little bit of damage to any casters on the field whenever magic is used. And the Famir is doing all the heavy lifting on the casting front. It's been throwing down Melkoffs and Pit of Shades all game. 2,500 value, pretty damn good. Ship's Company are breaking here from the Chimera Terror. And the Skinwolves might be able to kill the Archmage. Is there a chance that NJ Rocks can get back in this one? It's a big uphill climb. I don't see how it's going to happen. Kurgan Horseman dual weapons could shut down the Shadow Walker. I mean, it just revealed itself. Where is it going? It doesn't even have like a move order from what I can tell. Dragon Princes are going to intercept though. We do get a character snipe. Down goes the High Elf Lord, and Oceanid's crumbling out. Heralds of the Wind trying to grab the number 3. Storm Riders are standing very firm, shooting the Skinwolves. Although the Kurgans get on the Shadow Walkers, and Shadow Walkers are taking big chunk of damage right now. They're really not liking that. One Oceanid's barely hanging on, just about paid for itself. And, yeah, double Skinwolves, man. Skinwolves on the Dragon Princes now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is how Norska gets back in games, man. They just stay scrappy. They, like, grind you down slowly and surely. Bring out their big monsters, and they just kind of, like, bully you around a little bit. Run you through the mud, bring up some units that can just be YOLO'd in and just get, like, oodles of value. That Shadow Walker got absolutely demolished by the Kurgans. 1,000 value out of that Kurgan Horseman. Couldn't ask for a better trade, honestly. It's 750 gold, so got its value back. And the Skinwolves are trading really nicely, too. 1,500 on this guy here. Chimera is looking pretty healthy, and Norska's got the leadership edge now, with Sail just hiding in the trees. No reason to bring him out and put him in any danger currently. You just keep him back and hope that you're able to rally up a few units to recontest these points. I do still think it's probably not going to work out, though. This Silver Helm is able to assist the Dragon Princes with cleaning up the Skinwolves. Storm Riders have a decent amount of ammo left, too, and they can just shoot up these Marauder Horsemen. And they'll continue holding the number 2 objective. And the number 3 is really not under threat. Like, yeah, there's some decent units out for Norska, but High Elves are going to be able to reinforce just fine, probably. They bring their Archmage back out to solve the leadership issue. And the Chimera has no cap weight, so it's not taking anything away from the High Elves. And these Ship's Company over here with Silver Helms should be able to just cycle charge Bearmen into oblivion. Holding over here, Lear and Reaver Cav just doing whatever they can, just trying to hold on. Marauder Horsemen running away. Norska Ice Wolves getting up on the number 3 objective. Doing some decent work. Shadow Walkers did survive, I guess. I mean, they're down to 21 models, so they're really combat ineffective for the most part. They can poke away a little bit. Maybe get rid of this, the last little bit of HP on this Famir. Get a nice Apo on the Dragon Princes. They're in a little bit of a mess of a fight right now. They're trying to push through a bunch of Bearmen. Bearmen are a little bit irritating to try and push through. Beasts of Tashanar come in trying to kill the Illyrian Reaver Archers, and they do get a decent little charge. Take a few of those models down. Ooh, and a full compromise on them now. Beasts of Tashanar love killing Skirmish Cav. They're very good at it. Especially if the Skirmish Cav are running away. Honestly, face-checking the Beast of Tashanar would have been the better call there, because you at least get the charge bonus out and your units are fully engaged. Warhounds are a very flimsy unit, so sometimes you just have to go for the throat against units like this. Beasts of Tashanar are going to attack the Storm Riders now. Storm Riders should be able to outlast these guys. Even though they have low melee attack, it's enough to get around the melee defense, and they've got the extra little bit of melee defense that makes it unlikely that the Beasts of Tashanar effectively deal with them. So, Sail, Chimera, some Tattered Horsemen, and a Norska Ice Wolf trying to take on the Illyrian Reaver Cav over here. Illyrian Reaver Cab are just super tangled up and not really getting much of anything done. And the Hives are really running out of steam here, though. Norska is slowly building back out. I mean, they don't have much, but they did grab this #1 point, and #2 is about to flip, and just depends on if they can get something on #3. They got a Kurgan Horseman coming up. Are they going to be able to grab these points in time is the big question. I just don't know if they have the sauce. The Storm Riders really should have just stayed on the #2. They gotta recognize the situation. Moving them off that point was really unnecessary because they're just shooting from one end to the other. From here to here, it should be within their 165-meter range. Norska is going to win this on a reverse triple cap, I think. Hiles are trying to flip the #2. Skin Wolves are getting beat up. They're also helping take this Oceanid down, though. Oh, and a rear charge on the Storm Riders from the Ice Wolves. Oh, the Chimera should just land here and terror out those guys, honestly. Wow. Crazy close game. Norska just couldn't quite get the points. So close. They almost had it on the comeback. Great game, man. But that's why you don't unsummon Shadow Walkers. Shadow Walkers would have been able to just sit out there, and they could just, like, charge down whatever Bearmen come out, and they have better stats than Bearmen by a country mile. They will beat them, honestly. Or at least hold the line against them long enough that it's really not worth it for your opponent to take the engagement. And you can just, like, bank your supplies for other stuff. Like, you're not getting a very good rebate on Shadow Walkers. You get, like, 300 and something gold back. They use all their ammo, and that's a big part of their cost value. I'd always rather use them than just wait and unsummon them. Light cab monster, yeah, they can. Just stick them under the Oceanids, though. Oceanids are just really good mass. Oceanids can eat the damage early. Shadow Walkers have good enough stats and poison to, like, lower the efficiency of the Skin Wolves and everything else that they might be fighting. It makes it harder for your opponent to, like, get any reverse caps on you, because you just have so much more cap weight on the field than they do, and you can always, like, pull them back and put them back into stealth, because they do still have stalk even when they're out of ammo. They go back into stealth and, like, sneak around and go for, like, sneaky side caps on your opponent. If you don't want to use them in a melee fight, which I really think you might be underestimating them in those kind of engagements, you'll be surprised. They can steal them. They can steal a point or two away, back in your favor. All right, guys. Try to play it like that the next time I'm kiting. Yeah, just go for it. Just tell me what it's. Everybody's got a different play style, though. Also, Gauge you. I'm just telling you what I do and what I've had a lot of success with Shadow Walkers. I mean, it might be completely different for you. It is a game that demands innovation from every player. Everybody needs to have their own little secret stank sauce to win games, because nobody is going to do the same thing. Like, there's a meta, but the meta is really not stale at all. There's so many different ways that you can play this game and the kind of unit combinations you can throw out. It is pretty infinite, in my opinion, in terms of what you can and cannot do. There's a lot more that you can do and can get away with than what you can't do. I think that's a good place to leave it. Really good last game there. I'm going to dip out and go chill. So, Thank y'all for tuning in. I really appreciate it, guys. I'll see you guys the next time. Take care, GG's. Peace out.